Hey, I think that worked out for being on the phone.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Welcome to Junker Clunkers Live Thursday. Guess what we're doing right now? We're still working.
Not me. I'm drinking beer.
Oh, you're drinking beer.
Right.
How nice. How very nice of you guys to bring me anything, even though I don't drink beer.
Here you go, buddy.
Hey, I got something that'll make you
You
smile.
gonna overnight that for me?
Uber Eats would be really expensive from here to there.
I imagine it would be. It'd be pretty cool, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Would anybody... Hey, you haven't put it up yet?
I just got it yesterday. I got it from Cletus.
I didn't send you one?
No, because I think they were doing them, or I can't remember, and we had some miscommunication. So no, I got it.
My apologies.
I was a busy day. Nah, don't even
I
worry about it.
I will have another set of
about
something coming out soon. I'm not sure what yet.
Yeah.
So, welcome to all the 2 people so far in the chat. It seems to pick up after like a half an hour, so hopefully I can get this thing done and I can be sitting in my chair by then.
Yeah.
Go ahead and introduce yourselves. We got Mr. Let's see if I can put you up here. How do you do this? How do I put you up on screen? Oopsie. I don't know how to bring you up on screen when I'm on here.
That's it.
I guess I don't. I guess I don't. I'll have to do that when we get into the chat. Yeah. But anyhow, go ahead and introduce yourself, Mr. 113.
Yeah. Well, I am Ryan with 113 Cycles. I don't know, not much to say really. Upcoming stuff that we got going on. This Vulcan 750 behind me. I've got a few videos coming up with it. It was a running and driving bike, so it just needed a little bit of maintenance to it. You know, setting for too long, one of those things. Motorcycle videos, a lot of shop building videos lately. As far as since I built my new shop, I've got a 24 by 30 shop that I built, and just all sorts of different projects, mostly motorcycles, but you never know what kind of other projects will pop up.
Is Cletus going to take that one over?
That bike?
No, the shop.
He comes down. He was actually down here today, actually helping me with some stuff.
Nice.
We were taking pictures for the calendar.
Nice. Yeah, I sent my picture in.
Yeah.
Mr. F250 there. Yes, I'm feeling a lot better. I'm already back to work. I don't know if you can see, but I'm currently stuck on a customer's starter, and I'm having a hell of a time getting this stupid thing to line up and go into place. I really don't understand what the hell the problem is. But hey, we're still doing the live right now.
Damn.
How is everybody in the chat doing? Nobody's answering.
Both of them.
Go ahead, Forsaken.
Well, my name's David. My channel's Forsaken still. I have, until this point, basically put most of my time on my 87 IROC, which I finally got to drive this week. Was that awesome, Junker? Did you enjoy that?
No burnout.
Well, my trans ain't going to handle it. I'd be a walk home, so... but I am currently reconfiguring my entire workspace and trying to get a better work/studio setup going back here. I've worked on that all week. I got all kinds of cars coming up. I got a bunch of stuff I got to get done before tax time. I need to sell it. I need to make some money. You know,
what's that?
Bills and whatnot.
What is money?
That's what you use to buy more projects.
Yeah, that's right. It's the thing I use to buy more junk.
What a coincidence.
Yeah.
I've never had such a problem with a stinking starter. I'm telling you, boys.
It's always the last bolt.
Oh, it doesn't make any sense. You can feel that the damn thing is right there, but it's just not enough.
Left-hand thread.
Yeah. I was actually going to say try turning it the opposite direction, see if you can get it to drop in and then twist it back. But
you mean I have to go the right way?
Who knows?
No,
I mean, it's a Korean car, so
Oh, that's true.
You know,
Korean car with
their own way.
Sweatshop freaking rebuilt starter, probably.
I got a Kia that's going to make the channel. Hopefully in the next few, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks, 5
Why?
weeks. Because I bought it cheap and it needs a motor because it's a Kia.
Yeah.
So we're going to pull it out and do a crank on it. And probably, who knows? May need to put a crank in it. Who knows? It runs and drives. I've driven it, hammering, just crank, just rod, just hammering on the crank. I don't care. I know it's junk, so I take it all apart. It don't matter. But I got a buddy of mine that's been on the channel. He drives around and hangs out with me a lot. Lee, we went and picked it up, and he was like, "You gonna drive that back?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, we're definitely driving this back. It's fine." And he was like, "Oh, you ain't gonna make it." It's fine, Lee. So then we got out, and it made it, and I've driven it twice since then. I'll probably have to drive it to the garage, so it's fine.
Full throttle neutral drops only.
But yeah, so
Karen, yes, feeling so much better. Surprised you haven't seen me working outside. That is my neighbor. My neighbor out to the back of me here.
Got any snow, or is it just cold?
Yeah, we got a little bit of snow. We got stupid cold. What about you?
I mean, it got down to, I think, 29 the other night. That's pretty cold for East Tennessee.
Oh, no. 29.
We don't do cold. I don't own a coat. I mean, just a few jackets. That's it. A hoodie or two and a few jackets. That's it. That's all I got.
If I can bottle this up. Oh, that's what I can do. I'm going to send you some snow this winter.
No, thanks. If I wanted it, I know where to come get it.
Forsaken, where are you in Tennessee?
I'm in East Tennessee. I'm just south of Knoxville.
Oh, okay.
I'm right at the foothills of the Smoky Mountains.
That doesn't help with my hearing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's lots of wonderful driving here. I don't know if you ever heard of the Dragon, but
oh yeah,
that's my backyard.
Oh,
I've probably been on the Dragon, I don't know, 200-300 times. A lot. I've built cars just to go run the Dragon. I don't do bikes because I'm fat and I just don't do bikes.
That didn't stop most people.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. And
my bike's covered up right now. Sorry, I was going to show you mine.
But yeah, I've just never really. I rode a bike when I was a kid, and I don't know, it just never bit me, and it was never the thing. So, But then I started building cars that were low to the ground and handled well, and that got me. So then I was running the Dragon when nobody else was running it back before it was a thing. I mean, people did it, but it was like an underground thing before the internet was big and everybody knew it existed. And,
before somebody was standing on every other corner taking pictures. Yeah.
Oh yeah. When I was going, there was nobody. So for the people that don't know what the Dragon is, it's 318 curves and 11 miles. And we used to go up there and beat on all kinds of craziness. It was a good time. I had a 87 300ZX turbo car, 5-speed. And back when flip phones first got cameras, a buddy of mine has a picture of, or had, I mean, you couldn't transfer pictures back then, but had a picture of that car going through one of the curves up there, and there's smoke rolling over the front and back of the car before the tires are just eating the ground. I mean, and people would ride with me sometimes and not understand what I was going to go do. And they're like, the tires are making so much noise. And I'm like, it's not when they make noise you worry. It's when they stop making noise. Yeah. That's when you worry. I said, I've got it till that point. So nobody had ever let me lead. I always had to be the back car or the middle car because when I led, nobody wanted to keep up. You know.
Oh yeah, you've been down that road.
Everyone else had a faster car than me. I had the slowest car of the group, but I just wasn't afraid to put it over the edge, I guess. Everybody else was like, I got to drive this junk to work tomorrow. I'm like, whatever. It's fine. I'll get a ride. So,
Oh, woman.
That whole area over there, the Cherry-Hole Skyway, Blue Ridge Parkway, that's an area I've never made it over to, and I'm just,
it's amazing.
YouTube won't work.
I've
And
driven through the area in general, but I haven't been
Right.
on those roads or anything.
if you ever decide that you want to run
It's all messed up.
it and really enjoy it coming off season,
Yeah.
I know it's cold. Just dress for the weather and go ride.
I have a heated jacket and heated gloves.
Oh, do you? Oh, you're one
yeah.
of those guys. You really ride.
I haven't done that in a while because I used to
Yeah.
commute back and forth to work.
Right.
Yeah, it was nothing. As long as it was above freezing, because hitting ice on a motorcycle at speed, it's not a whole lot of fun. So
I had a buddy of mine that went 4 years without a car, just rode his bike everywhere. But it was, I mean, it was cool and whatever, but it was like, dude, what are you gonna do when it snows? He was like, I just won't go anywhere, and that's what he did. He called me. He did go places. I had to take him to work. We worked together, so it was like, hey, if I need help today, I got to go get him, and that's what I did. So he just leaned on a friend.
Yeah, exactly. I've never owned just a motorcycle. I've always had a car.
Right.
So that hasn't been an issue for me. But generally, weather didn't stop me too much. I live in Arkansas. It's not that bad. It's 60 something degrees here today. I think it's 60 degrees here right now. So
your weather is a lot like ours, I think.
It is.
It's very similar. I think we get a lot more rain than you do. I do live in a rainforest. Nobody realizes that, the Appalachian Mountains, all of it, the whole thing is a rainforest, but it rains here a lot.
Northern Arkansas gets that up in the mountains, like Fayetteville area.
Yeah.
They tend to get closer to that. They tend to get snow more than we do.
Right.
But yeah, other than that, we're pretty similar. The temperatures and all that kind of stuff with it. So.
Random fact about Arkansas and me, I drove all the way across the country this year, and driving through Arkansas, I saw more broken down vehicles on the side of the road than the entire trip put together. And I'm going to say 1% of them had an Arkansas tag.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what the deal is. It's like people just break down in Arkansas from
Were they
everywhere.
Chevys?
What's that?
Were they Chevys?
No, not all of them. There was a few Hyundais.
Yeah. They all had bad starters.
That's what I'm working on right now.
But yeah, it was. I was just shocked at how many people were broke down on the side of the road in Arkansas. It was like the place.
Yeah.
But it was just nuts. They were just everywhere. So, not my first time through Arkansas, but that was the first time I've ever had that experience through there. Yeah. So, I went to Texas and bought a SRT8 Challenger in 2009, I guess, or 2010. I bought a 09 in 2010. And went down and got it and drove through Arkansas then, and absolutely come through Arkansas blazing. I didn't see much of it when I was moving on.
Slow down when you go to West Memphis if you're going through on 40.
Memphis is awful.
Oh yeah,
Mr. 250, Bob is inside watching the live.
Hey, Bob.
He can see you.
Hey, Bob, Destroyer.
Hey, Destroyer.
Stuff with Cletus.
Yeah. Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming in and watching me embarrass myself yet again on another live.
I like that you're still trying, though. You just don't give up.
Right. Don't give up.
Hell no. Don't get paid if I give up.
Right. I mean, you've seen my videos. I don't know how to quit. I'm just a glutton for punishment. Just keep going. It's fine. Just keep throwing money at it. It's fine. It's probably parts.
Yep. If I had it.
That's what I mean.
What camera are you using?
Did you just say hell? Oh, so yes, everybody. Appreciate you coming in. Really wish I was sitting in my chair, not messing with a shitty car. Oh, I don't care.
I have to say, though, the Hyundais and Kia brands both are much better now than they were even 10 years ago.
Oh, shit, yeah. My mother bought a brand new Kia Sophia back in '99. I remember it. I was with her, and the door fell off that thing. Not even 2 weeks later, the door fucking fell off the car.
That's nuts.
It was like every year it needed a starter.
Yeah. Yeah, my cousin had one of those for.
You leaving me?
She had an 01, I think, for I don't know 7 or 8 years, and I think it had 2 engines put in it under warranty. I was like,
Wow.
well, at least it's under warranty, but you're still out of vehicle. They don't give they didn't give her a loaner or nothing. You just get that
Not a
wasn't
quick
part of
fix
the
either.
deal.
Yeah.
So, luckily, she had she's from my family, so there's always something to drive. You just got to ask somebody.
Yeah.
There's enough of us where somebody's always got something.
Mr. 250 has said hello to you.
Hi, Mr. 250.
I'm going to let Brittany run this for 2 seconds, and I'm going to try and get this damn starter in.
right,
I'm
good
just
luck.
gonna do- I don't
Brittany's
know what
better
I'm
looking
doing.
than you are, anyways.
Ah,
Hey, Brittany,
So-
how you doing?
good. How are
Howdy.
you, Dave? Hi,
Doing
how are
well.
you?
If you look right here,
Okay.
you click on Destroyer. It'll
Okay.
come up right there. Just try and interact with everybody.
Okay. I don't know what I'm doing, you guys.
That's all right.
Here, I'll,
Me either. I just come on
I'll
here
have him-
and have a good time. It don't matter.
Yeah.
he just said don't embarrass him.
Well, clearly you need to embarrass him.
I told you not to come in here when I'm cleaning my room.
Yes.
So, let's see.
Listen, a live chat, if you're brave enough to do a live chat, you can't be worried about being embarrassed.
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't be. Not at all.
I'm in healthcare, so nothing scares me anymore. I
There
just
you go.
I go with it because, yeah, I think if I didn't have, okay, spiders scare me. Yes, those scare me. Let's see. 113 Cycle says, "Hey everybody." Destroyer
He's
says, "Hit
right
the
there.
thumbs up button." What?
113 is in the chat with us.
Oh,
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
You're doing
I-
good.
I should have been able to tell by the 113 on your shirt.
Dudes, I'm pretty sure it's 2 people shaking hands, isn't it?
Is it?
What?
Mhm.
That's what the Hyundai symbol is?
Yeah, it's supposed to be 2 businessmen shaking hands.
Wow.
Huh. Is that the owner of Hyundai and Kia shaking hands? Isn't
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
I know when I used to have a Kia, I had a Hyundai engine. I don't know if I say something totally anti-mechanic, by the way, I'm very sorry, everyone, because he's the brains. I'm the assistant. Let's see. Hold on, I'm
I've
gonna
seen
go
you in
like
plenty
this.
of videos. You do great.
yeah.
Whoa. I don't know. The sound got weird. Maybe it's my phone.
And dude said you were right.
Am I the only one hearing that? It sounds like a robot.
What
Oh, it
happened?
sounds fine here.
Oh, this stinking thing, not again.
Oh no.
Is that better?
I don't notice anything.
It looks better.
No.
Apparently it's not.
Can you
It's
hear
fine on
us?
our end.
I can
Yeah.
hear you just fine. Everybody else hear him?
We're going to end up losing sound here in a minute. This does it almost
Oh,
every
no.
time I'm on the phone. I'm on the cell phone. Just keep chatting.
Uh-oh.
That's the best we can do.
Okay.
That's
I'm
fine.
sorry. It's going to be a shitty life for everybody, but this is what we're dealing with right now.
Me and 113, we got this. It's fine.
Yeah,
I know we
exactly.
went from 12. We went
Yeah.
from 12 people to 8 people.
Yeah, it'll come back.
Yeah.
Yes, don't get food. Okay, don't get food. Let's see. I don't know
Dude,
what.
your friend just
Oh,
says he can hear you.
Yeah. Dude says he can hear us.
Okay.
Me, maybe. I don't know. I
Yes.
assume everyone.
we've got this Destroyer. I'm sorry, Destroyer. I don't know how to do those little boob shots you do from, so no power, no power boob messages, whatever you call them. So, let's see. You know what the emblem is? Oh, sorry. I guess I'm behind.
That's okay.
You know what
That's
the
all
emblem
right. You got this.
I already lost viewers. We lost 12 to 7. I'm sorry. Everyone thinks the H is.
All right.
Got it, brother. Can hear you.
I just hear the thread is in.
It's
You
right.
start?
You said the stupid thing threads in.
Bolt thread in.
It's good.
Will it thread in with the starter, though? I mean,
No. I'm just putting the start back up. make sure the threads lined up.
We've all been in this spot. Every one
Yes,
of
we
us,
have.
every person, I guarantee, in this comment section right now has lived what he's doing right now. Why won't this bolt start? It should go in there. It came out of there. I know it's threaded. I'm going to test it without the part. Every one of us have done that.
Yep.
It is just is.
So now I'm going to try and bolt the damn thing up. I'm guess. I bet you anything that this is the wrong fucking starter off by a half a hair.
You got a drill bit. It'll go.
It's been
Yeah. Just a mounting point.
it's been a long day because
as long as
before
you just
this,
make it bigger. I've been wanting to buy a set of reamers. I've watched people use reamers instead of using drill bits to open up holes and stuff.
Oh,
And
really?
I don't know what they cost, but couldn't be more than $100. And they really are supposed to. I mean, it's supposed to keep you from destroying a drill bit, and you can make a hole larger without in increments, not without like a step bit or something. So you can go bigger without being becoming oblonged or whatever. I don't know. I geek over weird tools that I'll barely ever use, but
you guys ever get scared when you drink something out of the garage and you're like, was that water? Well, because right now I've got no smell and I've got no taste, so that really scares me. I don't know what to say.
I got a good story about a buddy of mine. We're putting a motor in an MR2. We're getting ready to, I think it's a 90s model, 93 or something like that, turbo car. We're putting a J-spec motor in it. We had to drain the cooling system, and it has a cooling pipe that goes down each side of the car because the motor's it's mid-engine, motor's in the back, and the radiator's in the front. So they move it in one and out the other. And there's a drain plug on either side. Well, we both get under there to pull the drain plugs out. I pulled mine first, and it hit him right dead in the mouth, that antifreeze. It just poured straight in his mouth. He's over there coughing and gagging and carrying on. So, but the good thing is it let all the pressure off. So when he opened his, I was fine. It is what it is.
Don't swallow and flush it with water. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I told him, I said, I've had plenty of antifreeze in my mouth over the years. It's just part of working on cars and whatever. I guess you don't get that so much with motorcycles, but most of them, But, you're not usually laying underneath them to do that.
Correct.
So.
Well, I'm not. I have a lift. I'm not laying underneath.
I like that. That's nice.
That's the Harbor Freight lift.
Is it?
Yeah. Both of my cylinders, I have two of them, and both of my cylinders went out within a couple days of each other. The hydraulic cylinder started leaking, not necessarily went out.
Right.
I need to replace them, but I'm waiting until this is done, and then I'll pull them out. I've got a friend that does
how long have you had it?
Stuff. The one, a little less than a year. This one, which is my older one, 5 years probably, 4 or 5 years.
5 years before the cylinder started leaking?
Yeah, and the other
good
one,
service out of a hydraulic ram.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You can't complain.
I think I paid $2.99 for this one because that's how long ago it was, and I think I paid $4.50 for the other one. And like I said, yes, the pump it's leaking, but all it is just a seal.
Yeah. Is it the ram that's leaking?
Yeah. Yeah. Apparently, it's just the seal, and they just kind of do that every once in a while.
They dry rot.
Yeah.
I mean, heavy equipment does that too. If it sits out, especially if you don't use it all the time, that's actually worse on it than using it every day because the hydraulic fluid dries off the ram, and then it rips the seal, and then that's how it starts. That's how they start leaking. Or you get an idiot on a job site with a pair of channel locks that destroys the ram, and as it goes back in, it rips the seal, and then it leaks continuously every day because the person that owns it will not, they're not going to spend any money on it. They'll spend the money on hydraulic fluid. Forget fixing it.
That's right. You just keep dumping the fluid in there. I'm pulling apart and fixing those things, buying extras while I'm in there. So
and there's nothing to it. It's hydraulic rams aren't terribly hard to fiddle with. So
that's what I understand with.
Yeah.
So I've never played with it before like that, but like I said, I've got a friend that does hydraulic stuff. He actually installs car lifts and hydraulic. Of course, does the lines with that and stuff. He does airlines and all that kind of stuff. And I called him when they were leaking. I was like, "Are you kidding?" And he's like, "It's nothing. Don't even worry about it. It's simple. It's basically like repairing fork seals on a motorcycle."
Yeah. Well, I don't know about
Seal.
motorcycles. It's just like doing brakes on a car.
Yeah.
It's the exact same sort of theory behind it, anyways.
Yeah. All hydraulic stuff. So.
Yeah, it's just hydraulics. So, I mean, like I said, I don't know about motorcycles, but I guess the fork seals, it retains all the fluid inside of, is it like a shock where it retains it all and then moves it to the baffle?
You can see. So you have the upper part that slides into the lower part, and then you've got a seal in between there and a dust wiper that wipes the fork off as it comes down, as that compresses. And then you've got caps on the top. There's all sorts of different styles, but that's your basic shock. And again, it's basically just hydraulic system. You've got springs in there, valves and stuff that help that have different size holes and stuff. Again, that's getting way too technical with it, but like I said, it's basically just your upper that slides down into the lower, which is stationary, and it, technically the upper is actually stationary and the bottom
comes up and down on it.
Yeah.
So hydraulics are all basically the same.
Exactly.
The best I can tell. So
yeah, absolutely.
Have you ever seen any of the old rebuildable shocks that Sears sold? So in the 40s or 50s, Sears sold a lot of parts, and they've sold rebuildable shocks for cars. And I've seen one. Wow. I've just seen one in my life, and it still said Sears on it. Still had a label on it, but it was long past its serviceable date. But I thought it was kind of cool, that they had wrench flats on the top, and you just put a adjustable wrench or whatever on there and pull the top off, and you could take the whole thing. We took it apart just to look at it, and you can see there's like a big spring in the bottom of it, and then it had like a one-way, or a two-way valve of some sort that I guess it controlled the rebound and whatever. And then the fluid was long gone. I guess it just travels back and forth in that tube.
Yeah, I mean that you're pretty much describing a motorcycle fork right there.
Okay.
I mean that's a cap on it. Yeah. Fluid goes in. You've got the springs in there, and then you've got valves in there, and the I can't remember what they're called, but the valves basically control how fast the oil goes back through. And again, you can upgrade. There's all sorts of different things you can do in there with different valving and different springs, blah blah blah.
Right. Yeah, to control weight and whatever rebound speed or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's more technical than I mean, it's one of those things where, I've had a lot of adjustable shocks that are, multi faceted. You set them up, and then, you can pick different, spring rates by twisting a knob or whatever.
Yeah.
For them. But, and that's, I think it's basically all they do is turn that there's something inside that turns it, just creates how much flow can go through the shock is all it is. Best.
Yeah. Depending on with it, some of them, like your motorcycle forks, they're compressing the springs more and more.
Right.
In order to do anything changing the flow of the oil, you have to take them apart with it.
Right.
Do different valving, emulators, stuff like that with it. But generally on a motorcycle fork, you've got, I say generally, your basic motorcycle forks like these behind me, they're sealed. They're non-adjustable. You can't do anything with them. You have to take them apart to do anything. Drain the oil. Usually, like I think these have a screw on them, so you can pull the screw off, pull the top cap off, and you can drain the oil out of the forks that way, so you don't have to take them all apart. It's not the best way, but if you don't have a better way to do it, you don't have a way to take the front end off. That's a great way to do it, and you're changing out the oil, similar to changing the oil in the car.
Right.
You're not getting all of it, but you're getting enough of it. It's not a problem. But then these just have a bolt on the top of it. Or a nut on the top of it. And then you've got adjustable stuff that they have air, but your higher end, nicer stuff has a adjuster on the top of it. And basically what it's doing, you have the spring that's in there, it's already compressed, and then you're compressing it more or less by adjusting the preload, basically.
That's how race shocks work.
Exactly.
That's exactly how they work. And I've had some of those in my life, not recently, but they're expensive. Man, and they've gotten more and more expensive. Good grief. Everything's gotten more expensive. But I was out of the car scene for, I don't know, almost 10 years. And I got back in and I was like, what happened? Stuff I was buying for a few $100s had doubled. And that's been a few years ago. So, I wasn't used to seeing the price increase because I got out and came back. And because
so it was a big jump to you.
Yeah, it really was after 10 years. I bought that Challenger and drove it for a while, but other than that, everything else I'd had been either really, really old, and you don't just go buy parts for them.
Yeah.
Or they'd been new enough to where you don't really do anything unless it's just an upgrade of some sort. But so it was weird getting back into the car scene and trying to build something again. And it's like, golly, everything's expensive. And this IROC I have behind me. I remember when you could get springs were less than $50, and now they're 4 times that. Maybe more than that by now. I don't, so. But there's a lot more variety out there for just what's available.
Yeah. You really have to pay attention to make sure you're not getting something really crappy, because it's the same price that you expected it to be compared to an upgrade over it with it.
So I always look for what kind of car I'm building, and most of my stuff I want to drive it.
Talking, Toby.
I'm very, I'm not trying to build a race car. Yeah. If I was, I don't have enough money for that. I'm just, my skill set also might not be enough for that. So, I'm not building race cars. I'm building stuff to drive and beat on and have a good time with. So, I try to hit middle of the road. I read a lot of reviews. I'm sure a lot of these other people do too. Who was it said their friend had a Firebird? I just saw that.
Was that?
I saw it out of the corner of my eye. The F-250 fixer.
Hey, Shopcat, how's it going?
I've had a few Firebirds and Trans Ams and stuff over the years too. And we got Bob's 67 Firebird. A buddy of mine has a 67 or 8, I can't remember, convertible Firebird right now. 400 3-speed, awesome little car. But somebody painted it apart and put it back together, and none of the panels matched. He was like, "You need to repaint this," and I was like, "I don't need to do anything to it. It's not mine." He was like, "I'll pay you." I was like, "I'm sure you would, because I wouldn't do it for free."
Yeah,
I like you and all, but but I don't have a place to paint anymore.
I will be back momentarily, guys.
I'm gonna sit here and drink beer and talk to Ryan.
Yeah, run the live again. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Not a problem, buddy.
We'll be here.
The 3-speed is not on the column, but it was a 6-cylinder car. But it was a 6-cylinder 3-speed, and then they took the Saginaw out, or the 6-cylinder Saginaw out, and put a 3-speed V8 Saginaw back in. That's just what they had when they built that motor. Bob's 67 Firebird. So it was just it was built out of, it was one of those deer jobs where it was like, this is what I have laying in the garage. This car needs to move. So
so that's what we're building, because
that's exactly what they did. And then I don't know, it's been in his family for like 25 years or something like that. Somebody in the family has owned it, but I think like 7 or 8 people have owned it in the family.
Yeah.
So it was be like, this guy works on it for a while and he runs out of money or motivation, and then he sells it to this guy, and he's
and
so he's just the guy that's got it now. He also has a 69 GTO Judge clone that is wicked.
Yeah, I like that.
They went to buy he went to go look for a motor, and there was a guy that built a 455 for a race car. They ended up buying that. And the guy he was an engine builder locally that did Pontiac stuff. And he's really well known in the Pontiac world. Of course, nobody knows Pontiacs, so it's such a finite group of guys that are into Pontiacs really anymore.
Yeah. People in the comments there, we don't have any control over the feed, so
so it just is what it is.
Privileges at all, so
we'll survive it.
Hey, Wood and Metal, how's it going?
Bob 67's a Frankenstein car too.
Yeah.
I can't keep a car stock. I don't know how to do it. I get them, and I've had really nice original type cars that just sit, and I don't want to drive them because they're no fun. They're just I drive them for a little while, 6 months maybe, and then it's like it's a really nice original car, and then one day it's like I got to sell that because I'm getting ready to start cutting on it, and that's just me. I can't stand it. I need it to be mine.
Yep.
When people see my cars, they know they're my cars usually.
Yeah. I've got a 1970 Honda CT90, a little small bike, and I really want to do some stuff with that, but I really want to keep it looking stock as possible. So there's minor upgrades to it. It's getting LED lights to it, some stuff like that, upgrading the electronics internally, just a new rectifier that's better on it. Eventually I'll redo the wiring on it, but I'm really trying to keep it, when you see it, it looks stock basically with it. It's all, it's not OEM Honda stuff. I mean, some of it is, but some of that stuff you just can't find, or it's way too expensive. And I'm going to ride this bike. I mean,
you want to go enjoy it, and it's a machine. That's what it's what you're supposed to do with it. It's a machine.
Yep.
And also in my life, I found
rare.
Yeah, when stuff sits, stuff breaks because these are machines. They're meant to be driven. And by the way, Bob, a 428 4-speed ragtop project, that's all right.
Yeah.
Everybody else might not know how bad that 428 is, but this guy does. The last thing I built before I built this IROC was a 62 Catalina. I'm a Pontiac guy. I don't know why. I just kind of got into them at one point. And I like big cars. I don't have any big cars right now, but I like these land yachts because they're really cool when they're over horsepowered and you sling them around the corners and stuff, and people are like, "What?" They give you that look like there's no way. But if with enough suspension work, you can make them handle well. And
absolutely.
It's hard to stop them though.
I have that's true. So to me, I have a weird era of cars compared to a lot of the people on a bunch of these lives. I'm a little bit older, so to me, some of those cars are like, they were stupid when they were new. It's dumb. Why? I mean, those weren't cool. Those big cars in the 70s, yes, there are a few cool ones, and there's some good cars from the 70s, 80s, 90s, maybe not the 80s, but a lot of those to me they were nothing special when they came out. So to me, they're just stupid cars to begin with. It is very cool to see people take them and put big motors in them and upgrade the brakes and all of that kind of stuff. But so I tend to like more 60s, 50s, 40s, definitely more 60s type stuff.
I like a lot of 60s
80s,
stuff.
90s.
So I like the 80s and 90s stuff, but the first thing I want to do to an 80s or 90s car is motor swap it.
Yeah,
because I want it to run and drive, So I mean, even the IROC I have, it's got a 305 tune port in it. It's 200 horse maybe new, so probably looking at maybe 180 if I'm lucky left. There's just nothing there. Yeah. So I was actually looking at on Copart. I'm going to my plans are just to buy a late model wreck Camaro and pull the motor out and motor and trans and put in this thing. That way we're dependable. I want to be able to throw parts at it reasonably priced.
Yeah.
And you can buy LS parts everywhere, but it's getting harder and harder to find performance parts for small blocks that aren't either crazy expensive if they're new, or somebody's had it in their garage, has been sitting for 25 years, and so it's getting harder to get. I didn't think that time would ever come. Small block Chevrolets used to be everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
You could just open your door and trip over one. It was just everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
But they're not as plentiful as they once were. I've got this 305 in this car. I've got a 400 that I've had since I was 15. And that's all I've got left. At one time, I think I had 22 or something. I had them everywhere. I had them at people's houses, So, hey, can I store this here? Sure, whatever. So those days have pretty well come and gone, though.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it's still kind of the same thing. I mean, car stuff is just changing over. Now it's more LS stuff is everywhere. Just go grab an LS out of the junkyard.
They're everywhere.
It used to be with the small blocks. It's like, oh yeah, they put small blocks and everything. You grab those, you put shiny valve covers on it, put a set of headers on it, nice air cleaner, send it out, and it's it's a decent motor just like that. But then you can do all the upgrades to it too. So.
Yeah, and the 4.8 liters LS is still a good, good motor, and it's the smallest thing they build. So even no matter what the LS is now, it's they're just so dependable. You just beat them, and they're so cheap right now. You buy one for $500-600. Of course, it's going to cost you a few grand to put one in. People talk about how you can slam one in something for dirt cheap. You can do it.
Yeah.
But
just your electronics alone are going to cost you a lot.
Yeah. I mean, if you can't flash your own computer, you're looking usually at $300-400 just flash the computer. That just takes VATs off of it and gets it to the point you can start it.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
It's not even a tune there. Right?
That's not a tune. Exactly. That's just turning VATs off. So I've got some guys locally that do some tuning and stuff, but really if you have the money, Holley Terminator X is the way to go. You can do it all from a screen in the car. You can set up more than one tune. You can have a drivable tune, then you can have a race tune or whatever.
Which is ideal. Exactly. Yeah. I know we're building that Volvo in April and putting the LS in. I believe.
Are you going to be part of that job?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to stand around, but
it's whatever.
I have general mechanical knowledge. So yeah, like I said, I will be helpful, but I don't know how. We'll see. Everybody needs to eat. I can go get food.
Yes, there you go. That's what I mean. Everybody contributes in their own way.
Exactly.
So when sometimes when I was in construction for years, and people would say, "Hey, I'd be working on my stuff. Hey, can I come help?" Absolutely. And then they'd show up, and I'd have them clean, and they'd be like, "Well, I want to help." And I said, well, "This is help. You don't understand. Every minute that you're cleaning is a minute I could be doing something else, and it takes me twice as long to show you how to do it because you don't know what you're doing."
Yeah.
And then I'm going to have to come back behind you and fix it anyway. So play to your skill set. If you want to learn this, hang out long enough and I'll teach you.
Yeah.
But today, there's the broom, there's the garbage can, go get to work.
That's what I need today.
Feelings, but that's, I think that's just, people, when I show up to help somebody, I don't care. You need me to go get something, I'll go drive. Whatever you need, I'll try,
Oh, yeah. Well, and that's, we're going to have like 11 channels, not to mention other people that are going to be coming by. There's going to be tons of work that needs to be done, and everybody's going to be in everybody's way. I mean, they're going to have it organized and stuff, but so somebody's going to need to sweep. Somebody's going to need to clean, so
parts running, man. Y'all are going to, just cleaning parts. Holy moly. If I could have somebody to stand around and clean parts, man, that'd be my favorite guy on the job.
That'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
Here, clean all this stuff and paint it and hand it back to me. And I'd be happy to be that guy too. I've been that guy. I'm like, it's whatever. Y'all need me to clean some stuff, I'll do it. It's great, whatever. I don't care. It's a team mentality. So
and that's kind of how I'm going with it because I don't have the engine experience and that kind of stuff with it. So to me, it's you tell me what to do. If I need to vacuum the floor, of the car, I'll do that.
I've stripped interior to put roll cages in. I don't know how to put a roll cage in, but I can get all the carpet out of it.
Yeah. I've never welded a roll cage, but I can weld, so I can figure it out pretty quick. So
until recently, I was a terrible welder. I've become a better welder, and it's just practice. I don't, I never got enough practice before, but and I'm continuously trying to do more. And I went and helped a buddy of mine out for a while. And basically, I just wanted to go weld for a while just to kind of get my, wits about me. And he's an excellent welder. So he's the kind of guy that go, that looks like crap, and not hurt my feelings because I know that he knows what he's talking about. So,
well, and the best part of those guys to me are when they say, hey, that looks like crap. The reason it looks like crap is because you need to turn your gas up, or you're going too fast, or your wire speed, or, depending on
or whatever, exactly.
Or something. Yep.
Yeah, he could look at my weld and tell me what I was doing wrong. He didn't even have to be there. Person right there. Yeah. I learned a lot from him in a very short amount of time.
Yeah.
And when I go work with somebody to learn something, I go in and I tell them, treat me like an infant. I know nothing. Yeah. And because I want to learn as much as I can, I keep my mouth shut. I try not to talk, I try not to put my 2 cents in because my 2 cents is stupid compared to his. He knows what he's talking about. I don't. So
I do really well with that in the beginning, but then after a little bit, I don't do as well with that. So I really that's something I have to work on, as far as in the
I got a
moments
few
kind of
days of
thing.
that. I can do that for a few days. I mean, at some point I'm going to get it and it's going to be fine.
Yeah.
But I've been in the room with some pretty smart guys on some pretty smart stuff. And it's like, I know I'm the dumbest guy here. Teach me. I need to know.
Yeah.
And I love being in the room full of people that are way smarter than me.
Oh yeah.
I just do. I like being the dumbest guy in the room because I'm going to learn. I'm going to come out of there with something I didn't know.
Yep.
Whatever it is. So it's just one of those things.
I'm not going to remember it after I learn it, but I can look it up later.
That's right.
Yeah, I know that's what it is.
But you'll have a knowledge base that you can go back to. So it's like, all right, yeah, I forgot. But now that I've read that, it makes sense again.
Exactly.
So, I've been in a lot of different weird situations in my life and learned a lot of weird stuff. So, and I always like working with the guy that's been doing it for 40 years and whatever.
Oh, yeah. Those secrets that they know, that's the stuff that I love to hear with it. It's like, yeah, you're supposed to do it this way, but don't do that. This is what
this works better.
Take this rubber band and this piece of bubble gum and hang it over here, and look, it works fine. You're like, that saved me 2 hours of work right there. So
I've worked with those guys more than once in my life. But then I've been in the same room with them where they won't teach the new guy because the new guy was an ass to them, and they're like, nope, he's going to have to learn the hard way.
Yeah. So, one of the things that you run into with motorcycles is you don't really have that general mentality of that new guy that's not doing anything. Generally, anybody that's getting into motorcycles, working on motorcycles, in my opinion, I don't know if it's really the case, but everybody has a passion for it and they want to do it, so they're willing to learn. Now, that doesn't mean everybody's smart and everybody knows what they're doing, but generally there's less of an ego to me that I've seen with motorcycles than I have with cars. Everybody's dad worked on cars when they grew up and they handed them wrenches. So now they're an expert on, how to tune an engine. Like, you've never turned the wrench before. To me, with motorcycles, it's different than that. Riding is a whole different thing, but actually working on them. So, you can find a good community of car people. You can find, a good community in that kind of sense with it. Motorcycle people that work on them, you're just generally in a good community to start with. It's not one of those, well, you got to find people you like and blah, blah, blah. It's generally not the same with motorcycles from what I've experienced, like I said. So cars, you kind of have to, because you have a, how do I put it? There's more of an ego with the cars that not always. Exactly. And that's motorcycle mechanics don't tend to have that as much. Motorcycle riders, that's a whole different story. That's quite true. The opposite way.
Yeah, you're right. And I think it's a lot of that comes in the car community too. When somebody, they buy their car and somebody else built it. A lot of times you get that ego because they really don't know anything about it, but all they know is they paid a guy, he built it, and now it's fast and they start talking about it, and they tell me it has, camel hump heads, and I look at them like, oh my God, really? We're going down that road. Or I love the 3/4 race cam.
3/4 race cam?
3/4 race cam. Everybody has a 3/4 race cam. I love the way a 3/4 race cam sounds. Like, that's not a thing.
Lift on that.
What's lift and duration? Do you know what lift and duration does? You have any idea? So, and but they got them 3/4 race cam, them camel hump heads, and they're out there getting.
And they're a car expert,
and I don't know everything. I'm always willing to learn stuff, but some people they ain't in the room to learn. So
but old Bob 67 Firebird there with this Chinese scooter. Yeah, those we call those Dewey scooters here. Because they're 50cc scooters, the Chinese ones, the Honda, Yamaha, all those, because you don't need a license technically to operate them.
Really?
On the public roads, if it's 49cc or smaller, technically you don't. So we call those Dewey scooters here, just because of the fact that if you see one, it's a grown person riding it, it's probably a Dewey scooter. So, and I've had a few, and that's not why I had them. But and man, gas prices go up. Do what?
F-250. He said he has an elderly attack dog. I don't know what that's referring to, but that's amazing. That's the way I feel sometimes, like an elderly attack dog. I could be vicious, but I'm really too tired for that.
I mean, I'd have to get up, and that's just not. If I
3/4 cam roll, lump. That's right. I just want the chop. I don't care how I get there.
I like that. These guys never ordered parts from a mail order catalog.
Yeah.
And it shows.
Yeah. That's right. Man, I've ordered stuff out of a catalog many a times back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the internet has spoiled me. I don't know about everybody else. What did we do before reviews?
Yeah, that's true.
You opened the magazine, you read the article or the book, and you said, well, it says it'll fit this. I don't know. Send them a check. And you just had faith
that
you wrote the check out and there, that process it and send it to you eventually. Yeah.
Oh, I remember.
Oh, J.C. Whitney, man. I bought me some stuff from J.C. Whitney.
Heck yeah.
I've also bought some cars that had J.C. Whitney parts on them. And that were from the 60s, like the early J.C. Whitney stuff. Man, they had some cool stuff in their day. And is J.C. Whitney's even a thing now?
I was wondering I bet they're. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not sure. I don't know. J.C. Whitney and Jegs were the two big ones that I liked looking at. So I didn't have money for any of the stuff either from either one. So, but
I bought stuff for other people. It was never my money.
That's nice.
Well, I mean, my friends always wanted to build cars. Most of them didn't know anything about cars. So I came in with the knowledge base. They all had a little money. I didn't. So I got to build some really cool stuff on somebody else's dime and still got to thrash on it. That's all I really wanted to do anyways, was go out and beat on it when we were done. So, yeah, sea monkeys. I don't know what that means.
I assume he's talking about the little monkeys you put the water in.
I guess so. Oh, yeah, you had to order those out of the back of the magazines?
Right,
Oh, they had those in the what? I can't even remember. I used to read comic books. I was trying to. There was one specific that was always the back page was the sea monkeys.
Yep.
Man, I remember those.
Oh, yeah.
That took a minute.
For those too.
Yeah. Yeah, that took me a minute to get there. Hey, Corey.
I didn't catch where he was at with the context with it there.
It took a minute, but I got there.
Yeah. Hey, Corey.
But yeah, I always enjoy beating on other people's cars. And they knew if I worked on their car, I was going to go test drive it harder than they ever drove it because it wasn't mine. Also, I'm not afraid to usually drive my stuff hard if I think it'll take it. So,
that's one of the things that I wish motorcycling was better at. I understand why it's not, but boy, people do not want you to touch their motorcycles. And I'm not going to lie, I'm that way too. And not necessarily, I have to really know somebody. I have to trust somebody, and I have to have seen you ride before you're getting on and riding one of my motorcycles. Generally, you're riding in my yard, that's a whole different story, or, one of the small bikes or something. But, something I've built or something I've worked on. Yeah. But car stuff, nope. You're like, hey, you want to take it for a spin? Oh, heck yeah, I'm going for, you don't get that as much. You really have to know somebody before you're just, handing somebody over the keys generally.
Yeah. So that's the advantage of when they drop it off for you to fix it.
Exactly.
Because you're going to fix it and you got to go test it.
Yeah.
You don't know that it works until you've, tested it. So, just take them.
It idles great and I can rev it up in my driveway, but short of that, I don't know if it actually works.
You don't know how to actually use. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So, that's how I got to drive a lot of really cool stuff because, like I said, my friends, a lot of them were getting into cars at the time, and I taught a lot of them what I knew, which was a basic understanding of how a combustion engine works and how to unbolt and rebolt stuff. The biggest thing is you got to remember where it came from. Hey, CP. And I think we gained somebody else.
Sweet Pea.
But
CP there, Cement Surfer.
Yeah, Cement Surfer's been in here for a minute. He came in a few minutes ago. He was the one that had the sea monkeys. Did you see Bob says he had a sea monkey that got too big and it had to release them
into the lake
because they got aggressive?
The whole
Mine never
colony of
lived
sea
that
monkeys
long.
in that garage now, or in that lake now.
Yeah. So, do you remember? You're older. You're in my age range. I'm going to assume.
I'm
You remember going to the fair or
46.
whatever, and they always gave away goldfish.
Oh yeah.
So my aunt and took her kids. I was a kid at the time to go out to the fair, and they won a goldfish. They actually won two.
And they were easy to win too.
Oh yeah, because they wanted rid of them. I mean,
Yes.
they had a nickel in them. They needed rid of them
That's
before they died. Usually,
it cost more for the bag than it did the fish.
right. So they win two of them, brought them home, threw them in a bowl, whatever. And how they got you is they sold you a bowl. That's so you could buy a bowl from them, and that I think the bowl was $2 or $3, which way outweighed the cost of those things. So, anyways, they bring these two fish home. One of them jumps out of the bowl like first night, died, and then the other one hangs around for like 9 years.
Yeah,
in this bowl, and one day he jumps out of the bowl too. They named him Tinker. That was his name or her name, whatever. It's a fish.
Yeah,
I don't know. So, anyways, it jumped out and laid on the carpet all night and had dried completely out. She threw it back in the water. She's going to go flush it, but she had to do something else. She just picked him up, threw him in the water, came back to life, and lived another 2 years. He lived like 9 years. I'd never seen one live that long.
I don't know how long. My brother got some. My mom was like, "You're not keeping that at the house. You're not going to take care of blah, blah, blah."
Right.
So I ended up going to my grandmother's house, and she bought one of the bowls, or whoever bought one of the bowls, your classic goldfish bowl. And it was the same thing. They lived for more than 5 years without question. They got good size for that tank too.
Yeah, they eventually moved this one. I think he got moved into 2 or 3 different tanks over the years, but I think they just grow to their environment.
Yeah, they do.
What up, Wasted Talent?
I ain't wasted, Mike.
Yeah, 9 years for a carnival goldfish that she had $2 in.
Yeah, I've never heard of one that. Like I said, that one lasted more than 5 years, but probably not much more than that. But man,
it just kept crazy. On and on and on, and
survived overnight.
Oh yeah, out of the tank, and she just thought he was dead. Threw him back in. Was going to deal with it later. Had to get the kids to school or whatever. And I was probably 11 or 12 maybe when that happened. So I was old enough I'm old enough to remember it, but I wasn't old enough. I wasn't like part of it or anything, but so it was just, I don't know. It was just weird. So, but yeah, that's the oldest goldfish I personally know of, but it reminded the sea monkeys just reminded me of that.
Oh yeah.
Of that old goldfish.
The amount of goldfish that I carried to the car that either I won or my brother or sister won or somebody won that were dead before we ever even got to the car.
Yeah.
You'd win it early, walking around the fair. That thing's in the little bag.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't last very long with it. So to live 9 years, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and the other one didn't last. I don't think it lasted like 3 days.
Yeah, exactly.
It died in 3 days. That's normal. That's what you expect out of your goldfish from the fair.
Certainly what your parents expect.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, everybody. I think Junker Clunkers will be back here in a little bit. He was on his cell phone trying to finish up a job, and I think his cell phone was dying. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but he said he'd be back. So he seems fine. He seems like he's feeling much better.
He's feeling good.
Yeah, I talked to him earlier in the week and he didn't sound as good as he does now. So I think he's on the mend for whatever that's worth. So
yeah, we neither one of us have any privileges on here, so we can't highlight chat or let anybody in or anything like that. So if somebody did get that, I don't know if he posted the link or anything, but if you did get the link, you can't get in because there's nobody.
He can't approve you.
So so it's just us talking. So
ZCC Car Care Auto LLC. That's a mouthful.
Yeah, it is.
Welcome, buddy. Yeah, we're gonna have to give you a nickname.
ZCC or
he's getting a nickname. I don't know what it is, but that's a mouthful.
I'm gonna go with Z.
Z. All right, I'm down with that.
Are you okay with that? ZCC Car Care Auto LLC. We'll call you Z if that's all right. That's what she said.
Oh, he's a new shop owner. Good luck, buddy.
Yeah.
It's a wild world out there. Holy moly! If it ain't Grady.
Look at that. Are you under the vehicle now?
Things have escalated. I can see it in his face.
I just had a fat cramp. I hit my head really hard.
Oh.
You gonna make it? No.
You still haven't got that bolt in, have you?
No, so I got the starter back out. I checked the threads to make sure that both bolts are good. Oh,
Yep.
yeah, both bolts are fine. The last 45 minutes have been trying to struggle to get this frickin' thing back in.
Dang.
I got it in.
You put it on after you put it on the lift. Was it
Well,
easy?
it was on the lift, so it's in.
What
but
was
the top,
before?
I'm back to where I was square one before. The top bolt still ain't in.
Bro.
Still not in.
Oh,
You need a different starter, son. I think there's something wrong with that one.
I think you need to line
There's
that,
no
that
reason
one
to
with
have
the old
fought it
one
this
up.
long and it not go.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I just have carbon dioxide poisoning.
Well, could be. You've been running that
From
heater.
that propane.
Yeah. Listen, you're just going to have to get the old lady come in there and warm you up occasionally is all there is to it. Turn that heater off and deal with it.
Yeah.
She's
Or if you have a
willing.
shirt with sleeves on it, that might help.
Get an exhaust fan.
What?
Shirt with sleeves? You ever had one of those?
That's blasphemy right there.
I make her rip my sleeves off.
You need one of,
No, ma'am.
you can see. You need one of those little fans.
That's fine.
I got over there. That's what you need. Fire that up every once in a while. Yeah, I can't line
Well,
it
I
up there.
got
You need one of those little fans.
Listen, I got a regular heater in here, but I am too poor to get off-road diesel this year. I'm being legit, guys. I am poor as shit this year.
It is expensive too.
I paid $12 to get that propane tank filled this morning,
Yeah.
and it's still half full. So a little carbon dioxide ain't gonna kill me. It hasn't killed me yet.
Hey, I've done it. I'm not saying not to do it. I'm just saying just be aware that you don't know that you're dying until you're dying.
A couple of brain cells, they're leaving me.
I can't lose any more brain cells. I've already lost too many in my life, and
I shouldn't.
You know, I
never really smoked pot either. So,
well,
real quick, just want to say goodbye to Wasted Talent there.
That's it, man.
No, God, no, it's not done. Oh, so who was trying to come in a couple minutes ago?
Z, which is ZCC Car Care Auto LLC. Did you get all that? We've shortened it down to Z.
That's what we're going
it's
with.
A mouthful, and he seems okay with it. So,
you know what? I'll open it up to anybody who wants to come in as long as they're going to behave.
Yeah.
Or not, whatever.
Do you have people with blue wrenches that are that might?
Yeah, I don't know how to do any of that. I don't know how to do any of that.
You might want to figure that out if you're not going to be on here, because if
I'm on my phone right now.
Oh,
yeah.
I usually do this with my.
Yeah.
Are you froze? Everybody see my snowman I bought?
All right, so there's the link for anybody that'd like to come in.
He's a blow mold.
As long as you're gonna behave, we ain't gonna fight. We all play nice. Oh, melt my cord. Where were you on that one? You got my vape?
Needs to go. F-250 needs to go see a man about a fish. Is it a goldfish from the?
Was it a goldfish? Watch out, they'll live forever, man.
Hello.
What's happening? What's happening,
Well,
gentlemen?
look at you. You're all Z's all official.
Where'd everybody go?
How's it going?
Son of, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
You can hear me?
I can hear and see you.
Yeah. Can you hear
Yes,
us?
I don't know what happened, but I can't hear none of you.
You have the worst technical issues.
What the crap?
What the heck, man?
Man, you need to get off that dial-up.
I know. I don't think he has much choice where he's at.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't
it's
think
just,
either, man. You know?
Well, I know when Junker's on his computer, he does great.
What?
But, yeah.
What?
Yep.
I'll be back in a couple minutes. Again, just
All right.
All right.
Whatever.
Yeah, I just did a rebuild this evening.
This is the worst chat ever.
We're having a great time. You do you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I hate to have taken over your channel.
I still got drink, so I'm good.
Yeah,
I
me
catch
too. I'm on to the second one. The first one kind of is empty, but it is
I
what
brought
it is.
one out to the
Yes,
shop.
sir. I
so.
didn't catch your name, fellas.
I'm David. My channel is
doing, David?
Taking Still.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
Ryan, 113
Hey, Ryan,
Cycles.
how you doing, brother? I'm Isaiah, but I was ECC Car Care, Tire and Lube.
Isaiah.
Gotcha.
All right.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Pretty good, brother. Just got off of work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just finished rebuilding a little Dodge 4-cylinder 2.4 liter this evening.
Yeah.
We had a brand new crankshaft sensor, spark plugs, ignition coils, and a brand new throttle body on that thing.
Did
Just
it
to
run
get it
better
running.
after all that? Because they always have.
I got
miss.
it running though. Yeah, I got it
Good.
this close to being finished.
Yeah. I've had several of those. I had a car lot for a while, and every one of them come through with a miss. All of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah. We did a lot. I did a lot of coil packs on
Yes,
those
sir.
little 2.4s. I don't know if you've had that experience, same one, but
Mm-hmm.
had a lot of
Yeah,
bad ones.
I got a video. I'm about to upload a video of me doing the plugs and the coils.
Right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that job's the one of the jobs Satan sent upon me. That thing was one thing after another on that.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So, how long's your channel been around?
It's not too long, about a few months. I've been around. I came around when Hurricane Ida hit. I came around. I did
That's not
HVAC
been
for
that
like
long.
8 years.
Yeah,
I did
it's a few
AC.
months.
Yeah, I did HVAC for 8-9 years, working for Total Control AC and electrical, and I got out of that because my boss was getting a commercial and all that crap. I'm like, nah, dude, I'm just gonna do something else to make better money.
Right.
And I chose to go on my own. I've been doing side work, for myself for about 6 months, and finally went fully on my own recently.
Nice.
Yeah.
But
Well, I've not worked for like a clock in, clock out kind of place for a long time.
I hear you.
So
Same here.
there's plenty of money out there to go get. But you got to get up every day and go get it.
Yes, sir.
And that's the hard part. Some people don't have that drive to, they're well, I don't have any jobs today. That's fine. Go do something else. You just got to go find it and grind it. So it's if you got the drive, there's plenty of money. So
Yes, sir.
so I'm glad to hear you branched out on your own. I don't think you'll regret it.
Yeah.
So what part of this country you in?
I'm in New Orleans, New Orleans, the big
New
city.
Orleans.
Oh, really?
I've been to New Orleans a couple of times.
Yeah.
I've
never been down there before.
Yeah, it's beautiful down here in the summertime.
It
It's
is.
hot.
Man, the
Humidity.
food down there. Golly. Man, the gas station food there is amazing.
I know you can get really
Really?
good gas station food here.
I mean, it's ridiculous. So I have a thing about gas station food in general. I like it. I mean, I everywhere I go, I always check out and see what's at a gas station. Oh yeah, you got the little one coming in on you.
Yeah, that's my little nephew.
Oh yeah.
Say hey, buddy. Say it to Mr. Dave, buddy. Mr. Dave is one of the guys that I'm hanging with, one of our viewers. Hey man.
Oi.
Yeah, it's Mr. Dave and there's Mr. Ryan.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
He's my little pain. He's my little pain in the neck. I love you, buddy.
That's good though.
Yes, sir. I'm glad I'm finally done with this one.
Yeah, like I said, I've got a thing for gas station food. Everywhere I go, I always try to stop at least one gas station while I'm there and just see what they got. You never know, and you get what's local. You get what do they eat around here, and in Louisiana, it's amazing, is what it is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, Dave, like everywhere I go in New Orleans, at these gas stations, they know me everywhere I go. I'm popular. But I'm the guy that always, and I don't walk out with like $2 worth of food. I walk out with $40, $50 worth of chicken and fish every time.
Yeah.
I'm
telling you, that's the first time I went. We were down after Baton Rouge flooded. What's that? 6 years ago now? I don't know, 5 years ago.
7 years ago.
Yeah. Anyways, after it flooded, I went down with the church to help, and we were on the ground like 3 days after the waters receded, and they let everybody back in, which was, by the way, an amazing experience. If you ever, anybody that's watching or whatever, if you ever find yourself in the opportunity to go and help out in a situation after a hurricane,
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
It is
Yes, sir.
the people you will meet will change your life. I'm telling you, it was amazing. But while I was
Yes, sir.
there, that was the first time we stopped at a gas station, and I was like, I'm gonna go in and I gotta see what they got.
Yeah. What was the name of the gas station, Dave? If you remember.
I don't remember. It's been way too many years ago.
If it was a Chevron, matter of fact, I did work for a Chevron out there when I was in HVAC. We installed a brand new refrigeration system for them. And that was like
there was I don't know. There was a lot of we stopped at several before we left. We were there for a week, so
yes, sir.
but they would pack us a lunch. But the lunch they always packed was just something quick, and the church had really just started getting help in, so there wasn't much support yet. So me and a buddy of mine, actually, I wasn't friends with the guy yet, but that's how we became friends with him. Was we would hit gas stations every day for lunch, and he was in. He was like, "Yeah, we'll go do that. That sounds great." So that's what we did. The entire trip was experimental with places to go eat.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
Pre-made some.
And in Arkansas, everything is just fried food at the gas stations for the most part.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you a really good gas station you got to hit up the next time you come down, Dave. You know where Canal Street is in New Orleans, the city?
Yeah.
Well, we own as Rainbow, Ruby Slipper, Diva, and Viva. Me and my father and his business partner own all 9 of those buildings right there.
Oh, wow.
That's cool.
We were working next to the Hard Rock when I was doing AC. But I tell you what, if you want some really good fried chicken, go down to the Big Easy gas station on the corner.
Big Easy.
Yes, sir. That's some good stuff over there. My buddy owned it. He quit. He got robbed, then he got looted during Hurricane Ida. He quit after that.
Yeah, and that is the downside to every city. Yeah. All of them is that people will rob you, and they ain't got no remorse about it.
No, sir. No, sir.
I've driven like I was saying earlier. I took a trip across the U.S. this year, back in the summer. I drove from Tennessee, did Power Tour, and then which ended almost Chicago. Then I did Route 66 all the way out to L.A. and back to Tennessee. And what I discovered was I hate cities because they're just so dangerous, and nobody will talk to you. Nobody will look you in the eye, and I'm from the middle of nowhere in the woods here. We all friends. Until we ain't, so, but we're going to start out friendly, but in the city, it ain't like that. I was like, this ain't my place, but all of them were like that. I'm probably in 12 cities through that trip, and every big city was the same. And they're just, I don't know. It's just not for me. Everybody's in a hurry. What you in a hurry for? Though we got tomorrow. If we don't get it done today, it's fine.
Yes, sir. Dave, that's like me with Florida. I'm a NOLA in my heart, but I can't stay in Florida personally. I mean, if people are too nice down there, I'm used to the dump, cities. I'm used to. I'm used to the smell in New Orleans. It's just something about New Orleans in Louisiana that speaks to me.
So you're right. New Orleans has its own smell, and it's just the low country smell. All of it's down through there that has it.
Really?
I'm on a video call then.
If you ever go to South Carolina down near Charleston and such, it has that same low country kind of smell, and it's just where the water just sits and doesn't run back out.
Oh yeah, I know.
You get all the I don't know, debris or whatever. Rotten. It's that's really what it is. I think it's the decomposing vegetation and stuff. So
yeah. I lived in Florida for almost 20 years, and the mangroves. We'd go out on the boats in mangroves, and they would definitely have that smell to them.
Yes, sir.
Check out this gas station encounters.
Yeah, that sounded pretty cool.
Yeah,
that sounds pretty cool right about now.
Yeah, I'm always looking for new YouTube channels. But what I found out is I ain't got no time to watch them because I haven't.
That's like me,
Yeah,
I have time to record, but I don't have time to watch.
Yeah, I can hit the record button, but to watch somebody else's, it just don't. I don't watch. I watch a handful, but if it's very long, I'm usually out. You know,
I am 10 to 15 minutes. That's something that if there's a channel I follow, I have, a number of channels. I don't have a list. I mean, it's just a number that I follow. When I see their videos, I will generally watch them. If they're under 10 or 15 minutes, I'm watching them right then. I mean, that's what I'm doing on there.
Otherwise, you have to schedule it.
Correct. I would say if they're more than that, I'm going to get back to you in a week. There's actually 2 of them that I've got that I really want to see, and I just stopped by a chance because I want to sit down and watch them. Anything over, somebody that I just occasionally watch, those go on mute in the shop when I'm out here working, especially if I'm recording or something like that. It's kind of, I want to see it, get the watch time with it, but I don't have time to spend that kind of time on it.
So one of the things I'm doing, I was talking about earlier, I'm changing up all of my recording space and whatever down here. Yeah. I've got a little TV I'm going to hang on and run my computer through it so I can actually use it for live streams and also for watching videos while I'm working because, I'm down here working for hours at a time. So I can do both.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great having it on the background. And lives are the best thing to watch during the day. If you've got a project that you're working on and you're not recording or something, man, put yesterday's live on or last week's live or something. Throw it up there. That to me, those are great. You don't get the comments with it, which definitely helps. But when you just have good people talking and stuff with it, man, it's awesome. I love it.
I definitely agree. Dudes with Wrenches, I loved Iowa. I mean, other than it snows too much, I think in Iowa, I could live there. It was great. Yeah. There was nothing. It was you drive, and all of a sudden, boom, there's like 4 houses. And then you drive for another 30 minutes with nothing. I loved it. I could live there. And there's actually where I live now. When I growing up, I've always lived in the same town. It was really a small town. Everybody used to call it Mayberry. I mean, we had 2 red lights, but now it's huge. Knoxville is about 30 minutes from here, which is one of the major cities in Tennessee, and we've grown with that city, and now people work or live here and work in Knoxville and commute, and they refuse to do a bypass around Blount County, which is the county I live in. So they funnel them all right through basically right through the middle of town, and it's awful. I keep telling my wife, I was like, let's move away. There's a town in Greenback. It's 40 minutes from here, and there's like nobody lives there.
And hopefully it's not the only path between someplace too. So
exactly,
avoid all that traffic and stuff.
Yeah. So but it is what it is. This will always be home. I like where I live, but man, people keep coming. For years we were top 5 places to move in the U.S. Maryville was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for years and years.
But not now, huh?
Well, still it makes the list.
Gotcha.
Just because I don't like it doesn't mean other people don't. We get a lot of people here from up north. So my wife's father and mother moved to Florida. He was in the Navy, and then moved to Tennessee after he got out of the Navy and settled down here. And he always used to call himself a halfbacker. It was halfway back home. I got a kick out of that. He was like, I'm a halfbacker. I was like, what's a halfbacker? He's halfway back home. It's like, I get it. So,
Cement Surfer, they're talking about having watch TV, watch YouTube for more entertainment. I do too.
I agree.
I do still watch TV too, but that's what it's on my shop usually on my TV is I have YouTube TV on, well, not YouTube TV, but I have YouTube on the TV. Playing, watching videos and stuff. I can't comment when I watch. So a lot of videos I watch, but I don't comment on just because I can't comment through the TV. I can like it, but that's about it. So, and I watch a lot in my living room too. So there's a lot of videos I watch that just get a thumbs up, but don't get any comments on them. So,
yeah, I know. So I've done a lot of digging on other people's channels because I'm a nosy kind of person. That's just how I am.
That's why the videos
and I want to see what they're doing, what's working for them. And I want to compare what, I have a tiny channel. I have 558 people. It's not, it's nothing.
Mine's even tinier than that. So.
Well, I was not too long ago. So, but it's just a little channel.
Takes time.
But I look at other people's and see how many views they have versus how many thumbs up they have. and I run about the same percentage as they do.
Yeah.
So as the bigger channels, I think I'm like, man, it's good enough if it, you know. So you get a lot of people that'll watch, and you'll never get a thumbs up from them, I think, because they watch it on a smart TV or whatever. So
could be a lot that I watch is on Apple TV. Now I don't have that at the shop, but in my house, that's what I have. And up until, I mean, it's been a little bit now, maybe a year, but prior to that, you could not thumbs up a video at all. There was no way to do anything with the video. You could fast forward and rewind. That was it. Then they put that in that you could thumbs up. That was like a happy day for absolutely no reason to me. But I mean, that was really, I was like, oh my gosh, I could thumbs up a video. So, you know, occasionally I'd pull it up on my phone while I'm sitting there, you know, go thumbs up it or something. But yeah, so like I said, I always felt bad that I watched a lot of stuff and then, that didn't get thumbs up, didn't get comments, any of that kind of stuff with it. So
I always try to comment on, especially the people I know that I'm friends with. It's weird. The YouTube community is, I never thought it would be this many people that would communicate in any sort of way. You know, so actually Junker Clunkers reached out to me several months ago, but he kept dropping his URL, and I've got my comment set up. If you drop a URL, it blocks you. And because I kept getting all this spam, you know, and he didn't need none of that. So go ahead.
Sure. No, I'm good. I'm just gonna stick my head out here.
But yeah, so he kept messaging me or whatever, and was like, "Hey, you want to do all this?" But he kept dropping his URL with it. And one day he was like, "Why do you keep ignoring me?" And I was like, "I ain't ignoring you. I've never seen a comment from you before." He was like, "I just didn't think you wanted to work with anybody." I was like, I asked him, I said, "You dropping a URL?" And he was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I'll never see it because I got tired of getting invited to go to people's porn sites or whatever." And, you know, I don't want that in my comment.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't
YouTube has a thing where you can set it to where you have to approve every single message. I'm not going to do that because I'm lazy. I mean, you know, I'm never going to do that. But or you can just block URLs. I was like, boom, done.
Yeah,
that was the easiest.
I didn't know that. I'll have to check on that.
It was one of the easier things I ever did to improve my own channel. Because it was harsh there for a while, and they're just bots, you know. They don't care. They're just dropping everywhere. So
I back up to a park, and somebody was out there playing around with a dirt bike.
Oh, in the park?
Yeah, that's why I was like, "What?" And I mean, it's a good sized dirt bike. It wasn't just a tiny little mini bike or something like that. I could hear it. I was like, "What is going on?" So
7:30 there, isn't it? So it's not that late.
Yeah,
it's not that late.
Black dark outside. So
it's been dark for like 2 hours, right?
At least maybe 5. I don't know. It was dark before we started. I'm usually the only one that rides dirt bikes through the park.
Somebody taking your thunder.
That was a good size bike, though. Like I said, that wasn't, you know, it was loud. He was going through the park. I heard him go by a couple times, which is
who is that? Is that guy Grady?
Whoa,
you back, brother?
What's going on,
guys? Starter with a bolt in.
Hey, it's good for you to come in on our live stream.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
We really appreciate you showing up.
I know this is my second. This is my second one.
I know, right? You're getting great.
Yeah.
Glad you showed up.
Back there. This dude's actually in there now.
I'm in here.
Nice.
Can you hear me?
Well, I've been going to turn it down. I can't concentrate.
You were in earlier, and then we stopped talking. You were gone.
I'm in here for a minute. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm getting ready to dip. My dinner is upstairs getting cold. And I like you all just fine, but I'm fat and I gotta go eat.
Look at that. He went in, made dinner, sat down with it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dave. If you're ever looking for another new channel to watch, Mr. Dave, feel free to drop by.
I'll definitely go check you out. I'll have to come back to this video to get your channel name because it's too long.
I can get with you, and it's okay with you, Junkers, if I give him a link to my channel.
Oh, that'd be great if you can drop it in the.
Go ahead and plug your channel right away. All you guys can.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go, Mr. Dave and Mr. Ryan.
Fantastic. Yeah, I'll get to it eventually. I won't watch it till tomorrow if at the best, but yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, I always like checking out new people's stuff, and I like to see how other people do stuff. You know, I just do. I just like to see how other people do things. So yeah, it's YouTube's a weird world. I love it.
Dirt bike's back.
Yes, sir.
Dirt bike's back.
My building echoes like crazy. There's a tennis court that's like, I don't know, it's like a quarter mile away. At night, it sounds like those people are standing outside my door talking. So now that's why I noticed it so much. Is like, what? It's like he's in my yard driving around.
I wonder if that has to do with it being a steel building with steel frame.
It does. Yeah,
I mean,
it does.
It's
And
a big tuning fork.
Yep, the metal, the metal doors and everything too. And I don't have, you know, I have the foam, but that's all I have for sound deadening, basically, and on the top half.
You want to hear a little something funny that happened a couple of days ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, but when I did a mobile mechanic call in Kenner, Dave, and I had my freaking truck broken into. All my automotive gauges were stolen, my meter and my DC voltmeters were stolen, and one of my drills was stolen out of my truck.
Dang.
And I'm like, ain't that a son of a gun, dude? The one guy that works behind off of his stuff gets screwed and gets my stuff stolen.
And the worst part is, you know, that they ain't going to use none of it to go earn $1. They're going to pawn every bit of it. You know.
Yeah, and believe it or not, that was a meter that they sent me. That meter that was stolen was sent to me.
Oh, really?
Well, I ain't gonna hear the end of that with that guy.
Right.
he was already mad at me from the beginning. I didn't get time to show it. I know I ain't gonna hear the end of it now.
There's a whole group of them out there riding around.
They're out there having a good time.
Larry, I'm from New Orleans, and dudes and wrenches, man. Yeah, nice having you in the chat. Yeah, I got my Mobile 1 certification, Mr. Dave.
Oh, did you? That's awesome.
Yes, sir. And my Mopar certification for a Fiat Chrysler.
I've got a Fiat that I'm getting ready to put a motor in. I've dread every minute of it. It's a 500, but it's down compression on 2 cylinders, so I'm sure it's got a burnt valve or the head gasket's blown.
And the reason why I did say that's funny to do the wrench, because I've been saying that's, you know, for years, it's probably not going to happen. I mean, not going to happen to me, and it did. So it is funny because I said it ain't going to happen to me, and sure enough, it did.
It just happened.
In a way, I'm laughing, but it ain't funny because my tools were stolen.
Like, CP, you still in the chat? You want to come in? Is he gone?
I don't know. I hadn't seen anything from him in a while.
Yeah, I just saw that one comment.
Yeah, he might have been out after that. I don't know.
Well, he normally comes in, so.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go eat, folks, and I may jump back on later if I get if y'all are still running.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man.
Have a good evening, everybody. If I don't get to come back.
Hey, it's good talking
all right,
to
Mr.
you.
Dave.
Thanks, David. We'll talk to you
Dave,
soon, man. Sorry if I cut you off here again.
No big deal. See ya.
One day we'll catch up.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's trying to get my link to my channel. I can't seem to get it.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I was in the chat when CP caught on fire. I was here for that.
Oh, were you really?
Yes, sir.
That's hilarious. I came into that one about 2-3 minutes after it happened.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of fun. It was funny, man. In a way, it's not funny that it happened to him, but now it is, you know?
Yeah, it definitely is only funny because everything was fine, and the worst thing that happened was he torched a jacket, so.
Yeah, and I guarantee the good Lord was watching out for him on that one.
Yeah, he got lucky for sure.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Monster, how's it going?
Dudes and Wrenches, thank you for subscribing, man. Welcome to the channel. Yep, I'm going to be doing a throttle body replacement tomorrow on video.
Yeah.
I missed everything. What do you got for a vehicle?
I'm doing a throttle body replacement tomorrow on a 2010 Dodge Avenger RT model.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Fiat Chrysler, but I'm a big Chevy guy and a big Ford guy.
Yeah.
Yep. And I gotta go to Harbor Freight sometime this week. I got freaking 4 or 5 coupons on my phone I need to get rid of.
Really?
Yes, sir.
I haven't been to Harbor Freight in a while. I need to go though,
Yes, sir. They got
just
some
to
new
make CT mad,
airs
probably.
out.
I've never been.
Really?
Never been to Harbor. I bought off at HarborFreight.com.
Yeah.
We just got one. We just got one around here. It's only a couple miles away. We got one
Yeah.
a couple of months ago, but I haven't gone in. See, the problem is when I go on a Snap-on truck, I kind of spend my kids' inheritance.
Yeah.
Oh, I hear you.
So I can't imagine with cheaper, okay tools, you know?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Some are
No.
okay. You got to be real careful.
Your inheritance is sitting out beside the garage and in the garage.
Yeah, my deal with Harbor Freight is, I mean, some of the consumable stuff is okay. You know, some clips and stuff like that. To me, mostly what Harbor Freight is I tend to buy a tool, I try it out. If it breaks and I really liked it and used it a lot, I'll go buy a good one of it. If it doesn't break, cool. I probably didn't really need a better one, or you know, it just like their parts washer is great, perfectly fine with it. I went online as soon as I bought their parts washer. Actually, before I bought their parts washer, watched tons of video on how to upgrade it and make it a better parts washer. It's excellent, no problems with it at all. But there's a lot of stuff you really have to be careful with there. You know, me being motorcycle stuff, I'm not as hard on tools as car guys are. So, you know, some of their tools would last me a long time. Their hand tools, that kind of stuff. Not necessarily, I don't have any of their battery stuff. I've never even tried it or anything. So,
Yeah, I have used some of the Snap-on batteries, Ryan.
yeah.
It's got a pretty good bit of power for the tool.
Really?
Yes, sir.
I just feel like all of their battery powered platforms are too expensive for what you get. They're not cheap.
Yeah. Nope. I mean, I think you know Milwaukee's got a better lineup for the cordless line.
Yeah, I agree. I you know, I got into the Ryobi line, I don't know, 15 years ago or so with their old blue tools, and just so I've stuck with them. Again, I'm not hard on tools though. So if I was hard on tools, that's not what I would have. You know, I would be looking at Milwaukee, Makita, DeWalt.
Right.
But you know, I've never had a Ryobi tool break on me. That's how easy I am on them.
Yes,
so
sir.
I want to touch on this real quick. Bob is asking me, how can I afford Snap-on and not heat? Simple fact is that I ran a shop. My business was attached to my house, and I live in a residential area. Apparently, that's a problem in the town I live in. Nobody ever told me it was a problem, because when I went in and I attempted to get a license, they said no need. If you're running it out of your house, just keep things cleaned up. Well, apparently 5 years later, things had changed. They shut me down in July. So I don't have the income I had before, and I'm still paying for the Snap-on stuff on top of it. So that's why I can afford Snap-on and not heat.
That's like Louisiana. You don't even need a license to do automotive or AC.
Really?
Yeah, like
Really?
Lafayette, there's no HVAC license there.
Yeah, I guess automotive, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a freaking cool load of tire shops around here.
Where's the charger?
We got a couple.
Yes, sir. We have Walmart. You know, we had Sears, Costco, Sam's Club, DTC, Tire Medic. Oh, you name it, we have it.
Yeah.
I know Kenner, Louisiana is loaded with tire shops, all on one freaking block. I mean, all the way down that one road, they're full of tire shops competing with each other. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Bob there he has all the Ryobi. I like my Ryobi stuff. It's been great. I buy a lot of my stuff from Direct Tools because I can't afford to pay full price for a lot of them. I wouldn't have half the tools I did if I bought them brand new. But like I said, they've been really good for me. So, you know, Like I said, I haven't broke one.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not that
Mhm.
hard on them. I did, I had an old blue drill, their old stuff, and I upgraded last year to a new impact driver and a new drill, but only because I wanted the less weight. I had some nerve problems in my arms, so I needed something lighter weight. I already had all the battery platforms.
sir.
I really considered going to the Milwaukee, but it just was too expensive for me to change over everything I've got.
Yes,
I don't
sir.
want multiple batteries. So
Hey, would you like to hear something pretty good, Mr. Ryan?
yeah,
I have an original, my old Milwaukee screw guns that they had back in the day. The old,
Yeah.
screw guns. I have one of the originals. I was my uncle put a little fender back together, and my drill started smoking. I said, "Oh Lord, this thing's going." Dude, I don't know. I guess the good Lord heard me. I said, "Come on, baby, please don't die on me right now. I've had you for too long. I don't want to replace you right now." I said that, he must have heard my prayer. That old impact, that little gun's still going.
Really?
The whole freaking rubber, grip is falling off still. Still kicking with the original charge on it a year ago. Still going.
Wow.
Yeah, I even rolled over that thing on my truck a couple of times. And that's a 10,000 pound 6.0 diesel that I have.
Oh, really? CP's
Yeah, I was
back in the
impressed.
chat there.
What's up, CP, my brother? What's happening? It'd be cool to have old CP on here. I got to catch up on his videos. He's on a roll uploading those videos.
Yeah, he is. I saw his
4 videos
Instagram
in about
post
4
that he did
days.
today.
Man, I'm impressed. Yep. I'm telling you what, I'm a lot happier on my own. Yes, sir. I applied for 4 shops, Ryan, and I didn't make the team for all 4.
Wow.
Yeah, I got one guy that really wants me to come. 2 guys want me to come work for him for $8 an hour, but I'm not going to do it. I can't live off of that.
Go work at Target and make more than that.
Yeah, ever heard of Lube? Ever heard of Lube Masters oil change? They're a local shop around here, and they want me to come work for them.
Lube Master? Is that what you said?
NOLA Lube Masters, they call them around here. It's
it's
a small oil change shop.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna be kind of, kind of pushing, kind of bossing everybody around, that's why nobody wants to mess with you, because you act like that and you have an attitude. I'm not gonna put up with you. If you're gonna yell at me and cuss me out, I'm gonna be like, hold on, motherfucker, bro, you ain't gonna talk to me like that. I quit.
Yeah.
I quit before you talk like that to me.
Yeah. Definitely not gonna live with that.
No, sir. Yeah.
Cletus, I actually do believe you just sit on your butt and collect that government check.
Yeah,
you can sell some cars, man. You see Siemens comment there?
Yes, sir, I see it. Yeah, HVAC was like physical and hard on my body. That shit's not fun. Yeah, I was getting on top of roofs. I almost ended up not being here about 6-8 months ago. We were doing a commercial job in Chalmette, Louisiana. I could tell you about this, dude. I thought I was gone. That ladder it was coming away from the building like this. So I hurry up and I let go of the ladder and jumped and made it onto the roof. Well, I thought my life was over right there. That gave me a good scare.
Wow. Yeah, that definitely wake you up.
It woke me up quick. And I said, I'm not trusting that little giant ladder anymore.
All right. Trying to figure out what
that just scared me straight,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yes, sir. And I'm gonna be saving up for my I'm gonna be saving up for my first, service cart. I'm gonna be saving up for.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go, for the 34-inch, deep one. I'm gonna go for the little cheap one to start out.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, $199.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those to get started. That's a good thing to get started. So
yeah, about $269. My bad.
If
I want to go for the 5 drawer, I might go for that or the 4. But I'm just gonna go for the 5.
That 5
drawer. Deep drawer.
I was really considering that 5 drawer.
Yes, sir. I like the 2 colors, black and green. That sounded very expensive.
Yeah. Yes, it did.
I don't know. I like the simple colors now. I did it was a digital camo. I got a Mach 04 series. like back in
Mhm.
2013.
Yeah.
Stupid because the panels all freaking peel off and paint chips and
Yeah, you seen the
I
new
just
seen the problems Macco's having?
we don't have a Macco dealer around here anymore. That's been the
Yeah.
worst one. Besides Cornwell, we had one Cornwell dealer that I've seen in the last 15 years around here. And Macco, I think we went through 5 when I was at the dealership. I don't know what that tells you.
Yeah, it tells you it ain't worth a crap if you can't stay in business that long.
No, the Snap-on dealer, he's been doing it for 30 some odd years.
That's good, man. He's doing something right then.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hey,
he's
y'all. Go ahead. Y'all have Pep Boys out that way, Ryan?
I heard you talk about food.
We had one in North Little Rock, but we don't. As far as I think they went out. I'm not sure though. I don't go over that area at all.
Yep. I hear you.
But I don't think so. I think they're gone. I went in there like once or twice because I was over in the area and needed something. They were horrible. I couldn't stand them.
Oh, tell
matter
me
of fact,
about it.
man, that was a long time ago because I had a different car and I went in there and had them I needed them to do something, run some codes or check something or do something. I was having trouble with the car, and I took it there, sat in their waiting room, and watched my car for about 2.5 hours. It was right in front of me. I was like, any word on it? Oh, they're trying to get in. They're trying to get in. Finally, the guy comes over and goes, oh, we checked it. We couldn't find anything wrong with it. I was like, when did you check it? He goes, oh, they pulled it in. I was like, no, they didn't. I've been looking at it for over 2.5 hours. It hasn't moved. He goes, oh, yeah, they checked it. This is the diagnostic fee. And I was like, I don't think I'm paying a penny for that. And, that was the last time I went into Pet Boys. And I did not pay a penny for that.
Yeah, Pep
we've
Boys
got
are
a
freaking good over here.
VIP seems to be the big one here that likes to rip people off.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't heard of them.
No.
I've never heard of them.
Well, I'm in New England too, guys.
Yeah.
See, we don't have a Pep Boys here either, so.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. I don't even know if that one I went to is even still around.
You know what I find funny, Ryan?
Yeah,
we have like 2 or 3 Valvolines here.
Yeah. That's where I started.
Phenomenal here.
To be honest with you, that's where I started.
And Valvoline, like a shop?
Yep, that was my first professional automotive quote unquote job.
Is that just like a lube place that's actually Valvoline?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've never seen that before.
A lot of the services are pretty much rip-offs.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. I worked at the Walmart Tire Lube Center for a while. I know how that whole thing works.
Yeah. How do they got to treat you, Ryan?
Horrible.
Yep.
They hired people after me that made a lot more money than I did, and I had more experience than they did. And I'd been working there for more than a year, but I wasn't there for.
And that's what my buddy wants me to do. Come work with him over there. Him and Manny and a couple and Keith. Man, I'm like, dude. I mean, y'all making what we call average pay. Fuck, frick, I can't live off of that $11 an hour. I can't live off of that.
Yeah.
Yes, CP, we're all doing a lot better. Bob is the last remaining quarantined one of the house. He got the Rona last Saturday, I think it was, and so he had to go get a infusion just like Brittany did. But everybody's on the way back up now.
Good.
So
you
appreciate you thinking of us.
Taste?
I do not have any smell or taste. Everybody else has got it back.
Good. Well, be careful you don't catch something on fire and not know you did it. I don't mean that as a joke to CP. I had a family member that couldn't smell that actually burned some stuff and stuff fell in the dishwasher and she had no idea.
You say that. Yeah. So this morning I brought the kids to school because it's cold. We don't live too far away from school, but we bring them to school. And then I go down to Dunkin's and I get my breakfast and I'm sitting in the Jeep like I normally do, just playing on my phone. And I'm like, oh, I guess it's time to go home. And I go to back up and the chime comes on for check gauges. And I'm like, what the? Okay. So I was overheating. I don't know why the hell I'm overheating. Everything in that system is brand new. But I was thinking about it, and then I was like, oh, that's why I couldn't smell the engine getting hot. I can't smell it.
Yeah.
It really screwed me up because I'm like, nothing smells. I don't understand.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, this is
listen.
my sister-in-law had something that fell in the dishwasher and just completely and utterly had just melted and, was just walked in the house and it was just horrible. She had no idea it happened. She'd lost her sense of smell. I mean, this was 20 years ago now. But it's one of those, how do you not know that? And she's like, I can't smell. I don't know.
Yes, sir. Believe it or not, Mr. Ryan, they said the first COVID case was out of state in another state.
Yeah.
Well, the first COVID case was actually in our state. A friend of mine, she got it. She went to New York City on December 31st of 2019, came back and almost died from COVID.
Wow.
She was the first one to have COVID. The first COVID case was when she had. Now she's on on oxygen, so she can't breathe.
Oh, really?
Really?
Gosh.
It's kind of like that forward thing.
So for me personally, it wasn't that bad in the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I got pretty sick to the point where I didn't even want to move. Like going to the bathroom was a chore. Even if that was 2 feet away. Looking at it now, I guess it was a little worse than the flu, maybe.
Yeah.
It felt like a bunch of the common colds and the flu mixed together. I didn't really have any of the lung issues or breathing issues, nothing like that. I don't know if this is a different strain than the original one started. I don't know. Because honestly, I don't watch the news. It scares the hell out of me, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, YouTube Lives are for. That's how you spend your day.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just scare tactics work,
Yeah. Hey,
Yes, sir.
So Bob asked an interesting question there.
Nope.
So I heard about this early on, but I don't remember what thing was. Have you tried eating stuff that you don't like since you don't have any smell?
The girlfriend has tried to get me to try Brussels sprouts, and I won't do it.
Yeah.
Because I know. I hate it.
He was eating like stupid hot peppers, and he could just eat a bunch of them. His eyes started watering, his nose was running, everything, but he couldn't taste any of it. I mean, I was like I said, it was a while back, but he was like, watch this, and he was grabbing. It wasn't like the stupid, ridiculous hot stuff, but it was hot pepper stuff, and he would just eat it. And he's like, I can just sit here and eat these all day. My nose was running, my nose was running, my eyes were watering, but he couldn't tell it was hot or anything.
I can tell when something is sweet. I don't get the actual taste. I guess I don't know how to explain how I know it's sweet. I could taste things that are really salty, and that's about it. There's no.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, there was one. We get those food boxes from around the world. Different snacks from different countries every month, and one last night was sour, and I was really enjoying that. I don't like sour things, but I'm like, oh my god, I can taste something. It's a very weird thing when it happens, I mean, it's like sometimes I find, being a big guy, I find that I have to force myself to eat now because I'm not enjoying it, so I'm not doing it as much as I was.
Yes, sir.
I like
quick
Bob.
question for
Hey,
you.
Junkers, you should eat a Brussels sprout on camera. Let's watch that.
Yeah, you should, Junker. Let's watch that.
Yeah, let's do it. Come on.
Yeah.
Can you say super chat?
You can't taste it. There you go. Can you get super chats? Or
No, I can't get super chats yet. No.
drop that Cash App link.
Yeah, I got PayPal. How much you willing to pay?
PayPal. Come on.
Hey, matter of fact,
Cash
Junker, you
App.
can make money on these live streams. Actually, you can link your PayPal with your bank account and link it to YouTube.
There you
You
go.
can make money.
I don't want you
You
to.
know what I
Oh,
find?
I don't want them
I
taking
think
my
you just
money.
drop Cash App, man.
Hey, you know what I
Okay,
do
Glenn.
find funny, Mr. Ryan? Is that I never used to drink,
So,
Red Bull in it. Go ahead, Granger. All right, Drunker. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
so Bob, two people in the household had the shots, and both people got sick. We don't know if it was less sick than what it would have been, or if it is the same. Me personally, I'm not getting the shot.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Junkers. Like my buddy, he was a maintenance tech. He died from the vaccine. And
Really?
his liver failed due to the vaccine. And he was only 45 when he died. And I told him, I said, look, dude, he scared me to quit drinking, and I quit smoking. I
Wow.
used to drink a cold beer every night and smoke. I quit. And as a matter of fact, I only drank one time, which was yesterday, and that was it. Ever since then,
Are
I've
you
been
drinking?
sober.
What are you drinking now?
No, sir. I had a tiki bowl
I am.
last night.
10 of. So did everybody see last week's live?
I saw some of it. I didn't see the whole thing.
I haven't gone back and made the meme yet, but sorry, CP, I'm gonna have to. CP caught himself on fire.
Oh yeah. Was that your live?
We were just talking about that.
That was my live. You wouldn't know
Oh, I
it was
didn't
my
know.
live
That-
because I was too sick to. I was too sick to be on my
That's
own
right.
live.
Yeah, that's why I didn't.
Yes,
That's why
sir.
I forgot. Wasted was up in the top corner. Yeah.
I can give you guys a recommendation. Mr.
Will it stay
Mr.
down?
Ryan. Yep.
Say that again.
If you guys ever
Stay
need,
down.
new tires or something like that, you know what I recommend, Ryan? And Junkers is the Nexon tire. They've been in the United States for over 20 years, building tires for 67 years, and never had a problem or never had a recall. Yeah, and they're like $550 for 4 from Walmart for like $550. It's not bad. I've been using it for 10 years and never had a problem.
Nice.
Knock on wood or something.
Oh yeah, thanks stuff with Cletus.
He's trying to help out, man.
Yeah,
Stop,
I know.
Drop and roll.
What's up, Cletus? How you doing, man?
Yeah, I got to make that meme. So I like
Rich,
grabber
what's happening,
tires.
brother?
I like the General Grabbers. They're a really good company.
Okay.
Never heard of them.
They had one. I don't remember. It was one of the General Grabbers, TT, something like that. They had a real problem with rocks, and they would pick up, like people driving on gravel roads, they would pick them up and they'd get wedged in the tire. And as they kept driving, another rock would hit it and push that rock into the tire and cause a flat. We had one guy when I was at Walmart that we had to tell him, look, we will replace your tire. You have the road hazard. This is the last time you can use it. We replaced the same tire on his truck like 6 times under warranty with it because he was driving on gravel roads and he'd have a rock and it would just get shoved in, and that's what his flats were every time. And they, like I said, they basically told him, look, you're going to have the same problem with the same tires. You need to switch to another tire. If you're not willing to do that, they won't do a warranty on it with it. I'm sure.
Hey, Rich, how you doing, buddy?
If he'd have just
what's up,
said,
Mr.
screw
Rich?
you, you're doing it, they'd have done it anyway. So
that's kind of BS, though. If you're selling the product, you should be warrantying it no matter what. Period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it to me.
And I can see that with it, but when it's a known problem,
yes, sir.
Yeah, but was your company still carrying them?
I mean, it's Walmart. They were still carrying it, but it's like the Pinto. I mean, if you get hit in the back, it's gonna catch on fire. Yeah, but we shouldn't be responsible for that. No, Cletus. He was in I think he was in a Chevy Silverado quad cab or something like that.
Yeah, you know what? You want to hear something funny on that topic, Ryan? Without Walmart?
Yeah, for real.
My dad, me and my dad, my father needed 4 brand new tires for his truck. And he told us, you ain't putting those tires in your truck. We told him, oh yeah, MF, we're going to have to corporate on y'all. And y'all going to put them effing tires on my truck. That's a bunch of BS. Well, we got corporate on there behind. I called the manager and said, y'all going to put them tires on my truck. Oh, wait, our corporate's going to be coming over here and shutting y'all down. Well, as soon as they heard that, they told us, all right, yeah, fine, we're going to put them on. They ain't gave us any problems since. And forgave them that
yeah.
CP, what are you doing? Get on here, man.
Yeah, what are you doing, CP? Get on here, brother. Come on,
You
man.
always come on my lives, man. Get your butt on here.
Get your butt in here, CP.
What's
Come
Up
on.
with Cletus. Get in here. Come on, guys.
Come
What are you
on,
doing?
Cletus, let's get the party started. Come on.
Sorry,
Oh,
Cletus.
shit.
I thought you said that guy with the tires was driving a Ridgeline. Yeah, I definitely drive a Ridgeline, but I don't drop my cash app in people's lives either. So
Nah, I'm just joking. I'm not going to eat a Brussels sprout for money.
Oh, come on, do it.
No,
I'll throw in on that.
no. I'm gonna wait till I get my I pay my dues, and then if people want to throw money at, they can. You know.
There you go.
You won't ever see me begging for it.
Oh, you will.
No, hell no. I'll go out and work.
The one thing I will say about Walmart is the store managers, well, whatever your manager was, not necessarily store manager at all, they backed you up. So they would tell you that, like you were talking about those tires, and like corporate said you have to do it. If a tech told them they weren't doing it, it wasn't safe, and they didn't feel safe, you were not required to do it. So if we were doing an oil change on a car and you're like, I'm not pulling that drain plug, it's stripped, I can tell. They're like, no, you have to do it. I'm sorry, it's not safe. They will back you, and okay, I'll go tell the customer that's what you'll do. Now they'll try and see if anybody else in there will do it. Like Tim over there. Let's see if Tim will do it. But they would back you. I had a number of tires that they were like, oh, you have to rotate those. I'm not rotating those tires. Those tires are bald. I'm not doing it and getting in trouble for that. And they would back you up on it and tell them, hey, but like I said, they would ask anybody else in the shop. Usually there was only one other person, but they would ask, hey, will you change those? And I just look at them, and, when it happened to me, I was like, hey, you shouldn't do that. You should never put your name on that stuff. And they're like, nope. Yeah. So the management did back us up with that. No matter what, if the tech told them they weren't doing it because it wasn't safe, they did not require them to do it. So I did appreciate that part with it. So.
See you later.
Yeah, no matter of fact, on that topic, Ryan, when I was an HVAC, I declined a job. I didn't want to fool with, Yeah, and like this was like a disaster of a system, I just got the thing running, I just got the unit running, hauled ass. I don't want to be married to that sucker. That thing is.
That's exactly.
Thanks, Cletus. That's what I was thinking.
I couldn't hear it. What did it say?
What did it say?
Thanks, Cletus. That's what I was thinking.
Well, it mutes my mic when it's doing it. So.
He says, "Thanks, Cletus." That's what I was saying. I forgot that I had to go in here and look at.
Oh yeah, you do.
What's this one? Oh, jeez.
Oh, that was funny.
I gotta download more of those.
You probably got more in there.
I think that's it for now.
Oh, really? I thought you dropped a few more in there.
What's going on, Stupid Fast? How are you?
Hey.
What's up, Stupid Fast? How you doing, man? Welcome.
Oh, wait, we missed one. Walmart? No.
Oh, my Lord, Jesse. What the heck?
Man, I can tell you that the Walmart that I worked at, there was only one other person that I would let work on my car that worked there.
Oh, really?
The people there just didn't care, and half of them didn't know what they were doing to begin with. They acted like they did, but they didn't have. They would, like I said, there was only technically, actually, there was two people. One of the guys worked days, but that was it. So there was only two people in that whole place that I would let touch any car of mine. Period. So as soon as I left there, I never brought a vehicle back there, and I never will again.
So
you see our Junkers. Sorry.
When I worked at Valvoline, you start at the bottom and you work your way up. I made it up to what was called senior tech, which was third in charge, and then I made it to assistant. My main job was training the idiots that would roll in the door. And let me tell you, these people were idiots. You have to complete a book to become certified, quote unquote, through the company for selling things or working top side or bottom side. And some of these people, They can barely read. Now, I suck at reading. I suck at writing. I can't spell, but I can work on a car, you know?
Yeah.
And we'd hire these people that worked at, like, I don't know, Wendy's and Friendly's, and it's like they have no automotive experience in any way. Don't even know how to add air to tires. It's like, why are we hiring these people?
Yeah.
Because we can get them cheap. And it's like, yeah, you can get them cheap, but then I got to go back and I got to fix everything.
Yeah. Hey, dudes was looking for the link again.
Oh,
I want to hang out, Mom.
Bob talking about Sam's Club ruined a rim and they bought it for him.
Yeah.
They bought,
I'm about to run down and go get some dinner.
Had nothing to do with me, but they bought at least 3 engines while I worked at Walmart.
Okay.
And as far as I know, only one of them was their fault.
Yeah, Walmart started doing the vacuum before that became a thing.
We weren't doing it when I was there.
No.
Yep. And it went
I
like a share or something.
When were you there?
Like, yeah, that's a good question, Junker.
Gosh, I don't even remember now. It's been at least 8 years ago, 8, 9 years ago. And I wasn't there. I think I was there a little over a year. I did part-time stuff.
Well, yeah, you weren't. That's weird. We had the vacuum system up here in New Hampshire. My buddy worked there for like a year.
Yeah. How long ago was that?
15 years ago.
Oh, really? No.
Yeah.
No, we didn't have anything. I assume you're talking where they suck the oil out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of that personally.
I assume it comes out of the top end.
Yeah. Yeah, the one thing I'm surprised about, Junkers and Ryan, is that our Walmart here, Auto Center on Manhattan Boulevard here, is dead. Like there's nobody there. Nobody's getting their cars fixed there or oil changes done. I see about throwing 2 or 3 cars, and on busy days, I only have 3 techs working in the bay and the garage. That's it. But our Marrero shop here has like 15 guys, like 10 to 8, 9, 10 guys in the shop at one time working. And they're making a freaking killing over there. I mean, Thursday when they get all changed, they were slammed. They had all 8 freaking bays loaded with cars coming in and out all day. They were making a killing over there.
The number of Saturdays that I worked, there was only me and one other person there, and somebody greeting cars out there during the day. Usually they would leave around 3, 4, something like that. And then it was just the 2 people that were in there, even on a Saturday, which is the busiest day usually for us. I mean, it can wax and wane, but generally Saturday is the busiest day. You'd have one person doing oil, one person doing tires. There would be cars lined up. I mean, and basically our thing was, me and the other people that knew what we were doing, you take your time. You don't rush. When you rush, you screw up. So you take your time, you get them done, move on. If they have a problem with that, they'll hire somebody else and bring them in. Otherwise, I mean, you do your job, you do it properly, but you do it right. You do not rush. You don't run. You make sure it is done right. Otherwise, you screw up and, well, then you look like an idiot soon.
Hey, Tim. And yes, I agree with you, Rich. He's in there every single video. He is commenting and watching it. I love it. I wish we could get more people to do it.
Yeah. We got a lot of people in chat. Make sure you guys are hitting that thumbs up.
Absolutely,
yeah, guys,
please.
like and subscribe to my boy Junkers. Let's get him to 1K.
Yeah.
That would be awful nice. I was on my way up, guys. I don't know if you were watching it all, but I went over on 128 subscribers in almost a month.
Wow.
And
you really pushing.
Yeah, I was, and then boof, I've gotten 36 in the last 2 weeks. But I mean, I was sick. I wasn't pushing nothing.
And it seems like the lives are really helping you. I mean, you're getting out some good videos more frequently a little bit too. So, but those lives definitely seem to be helping with yours.
I'm definitely trying to push out the videos. It's tough. I don't really want to give 100% spoilers, but the Mustang will be coming in January. Yeah. My 66. I'm sure you've heard me talk about it.
Oh yeah, I've seen pictures.
I put it on the back burner, and I'm tired of putting it on the back burner. I'm done. You know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it. I can't keep I can't keep saying it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. I've got to get it done, or at least get it started. You know.
Yeah.
So I made the decision today that the Falcon is the project is temporarily done.
Oh, really?
The Falcon is. Right now, I'm trying to make money for Christmas and the bills. So my goal is somewhere around January 1st. That Mustang's coming in and it's getting torn apart, and I'm not doing anything else until it's done.
Priorities. I think I'm not real good at that. Not wood and metal or anything, but I think I dropped Z's link in the chat. I think that's right.
Yeah, I put it on the scrolling on the bottom.
Oh, did you?
I did.
I missed that.
Oh, where'd he go?
He said he stepped away for a second.
Oh, okay.
I
don't know.
I was having trouble dropping my own link in there soon.
Yeah, so when I'm on my phone, I have to go to the live in order to do anything. I can't type anything through here, I don't think.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how to do this.
Got me. Well, my issue is I run my iPad for these. So I don't have any of the controls. Even if you tried to add them, I can't do any of that stuff because it's basically like running it on my phone.
Yeah.
I don't have a webcam or anything on my computer. So I have it set up next to me so I can, look stuff up and do that stuff. That's how I see the chat, because I don't even have the chat on my iPad. So
yeah. No, I usually run them from upstairs. I have a room that I'm trying to turn into what I'm calling live room. But obviously tonight I had, it was so stupid, man. I put the I got this little cheap scope camera.
Yeah.
And I finally said, "Oh shit, that's right. I could just check and see how far off the hole is." I stuck it down in, and it's off a good half an inch. And I'm like, "What?"
Oh, really? Ooh.
Yeah, I'm like, I fought this thing for 2.5 hours. What's wrong with me? Why didn't I do that to begin with?
Yeah.
I just wanted to get it done. The customer really needed their vehicle back. I messaged him. I said, "I can't do anything tonight. We gotta look for another."
It's not the right one. Yeah.
And then I got a plow setup coming in tomorrow. I got to finish. So this is going to be a fun day.
Ooh. So going off what you were saying earlier with it, so you have a shop out of your garage basically that you run as a business or as a business?
As a business business. I did have a shop. I haven't been running it since July, but I don't have much of a choice right now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm not getting paid through YouTube yet, and
yeah,
I don't want to go get another job and get wrapped into that, and then I don't have time for YouTube.
Yeah. When your YouTube channel takes off and gets monetized.
Yeah. That's the big thing. People are saying that it's going to take forever for it to take off, but I don't know. I just don't want to get wrapped into another job that I'm not happy with.
Oh yeah. Backstage awesomeness.
Oh,
I mean, my bills are paid. So, what's going on, dudes?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Okay. Well, I'm having some technical difficulties, but the hearing is good enough.
All right.
Good. We can hear you good.
That's good. It's good.
Backstage. My bad, man. Like I said, I'm on my phone tonight, so I'm not right on.
No, that's what I'm doing, is doing a little on the phone because all my stuff's in the garage and it's cold out there and I don't want to be out there.
Yeah. What do you got for temperature?
Oh, I think it's doing pretty good today. It's only like 22, maybe 18.
That sounds about like here, yeah.
It's still 61 here. Sorry, guys.
We're supposed to get a snowmageddon around noon tomorrow. We're supposed to get 8 to 12 inches. So
Really?
That's that same storm coming through. We've got bad storms kind of the east of us, so hopefully they stay that way. But it's that same system coming through here.
We've only
tomorrow.
got a little bit over a dust in here, maybe an inch at the most. I would say it wasn't that much.
What do you got? What do you normally get up there?
Per storm or yearly?
Just in general. I mean, are you guys
we
in
get
your
slammed.
particular area? I mean, I know like New York in general gets slammed really bad. And, you know.
So one of the worst storms that I've seen this far, our first storm last year in December, we got 3 feet.
Wow.
Plus wind drifts. So
gosh.
Yeah, it was pretty tough. I think that's probably the most that I've seen hit at one time in a long time. What about you, Bob? That storm sucked. I took out my buddy's mailboxes trying to plow his yard. I slammed into a tree, and I'm a pretty good driver. So, what picture is that, dudes?
That's Borat right there.
Is it?
No.
Yeah.
That's dudes.
Is that dudes?
That's dudes, man.
Nuh-uh.
It's military dudes.
Military dudes. You were in the military?
Yeah.
I did not know that. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
You know, it's a job, just like anything else.
Going to be 70 next week. Are you kidding me?
That's what they said. There's supposed to be a huge warm front come flying in.
That would be nice if that hit up here for a little while.
And check what ours is supposed to be next week. We're supposed to have that same kind of deal. It's warming after this comes through.
I'm okay with it. I like the snow. I like to push the snow, but I got to be honest, I'm not even close to ready.
Oh, really?
I'm not at all.
Yeah.
I spent last weekend getting my dad's plow truck ready, and my plow is still behind my enclosed trailer. So,
I don't know. With all your shelves loaded to the brim?
Oh, yeah.
Find anything else cool lately?
Thinking. Not that I can think of. Oh, no, I found a battery rack today. That was pretty good.
Ooh.
Battery rack?
Yeah, it's for 6 wet cell batteries for a battery backup system, and we were replacing the batteries and putting in a shelf. So it's all a square tube rack that all the old batteries sat on. So I acquired that today.
I like square tubing.
Well,
That is a very true statement, Jesse.
Yeah.
Very true statement. I can remember not having a shop at all. I lived in a trailer park growing up, and that's where I did all my shit year round. I don't miss it. But then again, last Saturday night, I was going to come on and see you guys on your live, dudes, but I was putting a plow setup on a 1500.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no shit. If you ever have to take a bumper off one of those, don't.
What kind of plow was it? It was like a plastic plow, fiberglass.
It was a Boss. All I did was the wiring harness and the push mounts, and I got it to the point where the guy could go purchase the plow that he had already put a deposit on,
Gotcha.
and then he's supposed to bring it back, but that was almost a week ago. You're gonna change it? What?
He'll start a new channel. He's not gonna change his name. He's lying.
What? You can't take junk. You can't do any Junker Clunker ones.
Why not?
Because, fine, I'll do stuff with Cletus too.
Stuff with Cletus also.
Also.
I mean, heck, you don't have 1,000 subscribers yet. Why not? CP was talking about that the other night. You just kick the whole channel off and start all over.
I'm thinking that maybe I should have done that because I've changed my name several times.
Have you really?
Yeah. And so I had it as my name for the longest time. I think I had it as a couple other things, and then I had it as Gas Garage, which was my company name when I was running my shop.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to get to the point where if I want to change my name, I'll probably just create a new channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been several things over the last couple of years.
Still on the same channel, but just changing the name?
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't even realize you could do that.
Yep.
Huh. Should have done that with my old channel then.
How many subscribers do you have on that one?
I think 6.
Wow.
I think. Oh, it was just for video storage stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 2009. I uploaded probably 5 or 6 videos, some old GoPro stuff where, sending files just wasn't realistic with it. So that's the only reason I had it. I actually went through the other day and took all the videos and turned them into private. So I lost all those 2 watch hours I think I had.
That's 2 watch hours.
All the watch hours.
Yeah. Usually what I use that channel, I mean, I use it for stuff that's not motorcycle or automotive stuff, anything along with that. So anything other than that, I watch on that other channel so it doesn't screw up my suggestions and stuff. And then a lot of times when I'm watching a live, I'll have it on my iPad because I can comment on there, and then I'll have it on my TV. I'll have the other channel up, so anybody running it will get 2 viewers there. Because like I said, I can't comment on the TVs, and that's usually what I use it for. Anybody in the house is like, "Oh, let's look up something on YouTube." That's the channel I use to look it up.
Yep. Oh yeah. I use YouTube for everything.
Oh yeah.
I was at the customer's house today. I say customer, but he's a buddy. With the Hyundai there, and I was trying to find the starter. I couldn't find the damn thing, so I'm sitting there watching YouTube videos as I'm talking with him.
Oh,
How confident does that look when somebody's? But 90% of the time, I know what I'm doing, but I don't know where the hell the thing is. That's.
I don't work on the same thing every single time. If I did, I wouldn't have to look that stuff up. So I have 10 motorcycles. I don't remember one to the next with it. So
now, what's your favorites?
To ride or work on, or I like older Hondas mainly is what I really want to get into more. I only have 2 at the moment, but that's what I want to get into more. I mean, I would love, honestly, my favorite overall stuff is old board tracker, early 1900s, stuff like that, but I ain't got that kind of money. So
yeah,
I got Volkswagen money, not Ferrari money.
Hey, old Volkswagens are expensive now.
They are.
Yeah, they
are. Really are.
Yeah, what's happening now, dude? Wrenches, what's happening, brother?
Not much. What's going on? I don't think we've ever met.
Same old.
So,
Yeah, it's your first time meeting me, I assume.
Yep.
Same here.
Yes, sir. Yep, I'm a new shop owner. I do the wrenches. Just started my own shop here in New Orleans. Yep, I picked up 3 fleet accounts. Matter of fact, Ryan, I picked up 3 or 4 AC companies and 1 big chain HVAC company here.
Nice.
And I'm pretty sure you guys have them. AirServe. You ever heard of them?
Yep.
AirServe.
Yeah, I picked those guys. Those guys up as a customer for their maintenance, for their oil changes, and so on and so forth. And I picked up Simba Electric around here. Dynamic Air. This is a local company. I picked those guys up. I got a lot of commercial fleets I'll be taking care of.
So, like fleet work on HVAC, or what are we talking about?
On their vehicles, all their trucks, like their vans, their box trucks, their vans and all of that.
Service work.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
doing the maintenance
garage.
for
All
like
right.
oil changes, batteries, tire rotations, etc. I'll be doing on those trucks, including brakes. One of them needs a
So
brake
how many
job. I'll do
trucks
the brake
total?
job for him. Yeah, the Air Service got 3 trucks, Vandenbroek, and I think they got about probably 10 to 11 trucks probably on the road, including
Thanks, Cletus. That's what I was thinking.
including the father and the son inside the truck.
I can't get over that one.
Yeah, that was pretty.
When it pops up on mine, it pops up with a tap for sound, so everything goes
Yeah,
quiet.
anytime he
hear it.
plays one of those files, it mutes everybody.
Okay. Well, I don't even have the audio from it either.
Oh, it might kick out both then.
Yeah, on mine it pops up down below and says, "Click for sound," and I never get to it in time.
Yeah.
It is a funny one though.
So 113. How old Hondas do you like? What's your
70s?
70s?
I mean, anything even prior to that, I like any of that kind of stuff with it. 60s, anything, obviously, early Honda stuff. I'm not into early 80s a little bit, but pretty much other than that, I'm not a big fan of 80s, mid to late 80s bikes, 90s.
So 2000s are too old for you, too new for you?
For what I'm doing at the moment, yeah. I'm a motorcycle guy. I like just about anything. But as far as for working on and that kind of stuff, I don't like as much. I mean, I had a 04 Honda, 07 Honda, another 04 Honda. I mean, so I've had a lot of more newer stuff. But to me, those I don't like as project type stuff. To me, those are more jump on and go for a ride kind of thing. So,
yeah. I picked up a 03 Shadow 750 last winter.
Yeah.
And somebody did a bagger system on it. It looked okay, but once it got here, I was like, this isn't gonna work. So fortunately, I was able to find some Harley parts, and I put a fairing on it. I don't even know what the hell it came off, and I'm guessing a Street Glide, maybe a Tour Glide. It was the Batman, and it looks really good now. I think I put a whopping 2 miles on it last summer.
I saw that on your channel. You've had that on there before, haven't you?
I haven't done. I don't think I've done any videos. It's in my intro.
Saw it. Yeah, that's where I saw it. Then
it's in my intro.
Seen any stuff with it.
I know. I was going to. I was going to do a video of me riding it, but I never got to it this summer.
It's okay. Do it in the winter. That's fine.
Yeah. We'll catch you later, Rich. Thanks for coming in, man.
Later,
all right, Rich. Thanks for watching, brother.
Those shadows, you really have to be careful because those are, and it's kind of that whole era. Shadows tend to be, shadows in kind of into the VTX a little bit. Right now, people are really into bobbers with that picture, dude. It's killing me. They're really into bobbers, and basically what they're doing is they're just chopping the back of them off right behind the seat.
Yeah.
Usually making a hardtail out of them, wrapping the exhaust, usually cutting the exhaust down, but wrapping the exhaust and maybe putting lower bars on them, like a straight bar, a Z bar, maybe. And then that's it. They got a bobber. Take the front fender off. That's it. That is your, I did that in my garage in 10 minutes and now I have a bobber. Now I want an extra $7,000 for it. And you're like, no.
I think they look stupid, personally.
I like the look, but I don't want to ride one.
The cafe racers and
see, I like that stuff. Cafe racers, scramblers, trackers. I really like trackers. I'm a real big flat track fan. But there's a big difference between those and a cruiser turned into a bobber, like that kind of thing. Some angle iron or some flat steel that they take off the shocks and just bolt in, and like I said, just hack off the rear, throw a crappy light on there, and think they're hot stuff. That's not customizing a bike. That's just doing the same thing everyone else is doing. And that's fine to a certain extent, but I can't stand that. So I'm not a big cruiser fan. So I don't mind them, but yeah.
Dudes, all I can think of is milk was a bad choice. It's so damn hot. That's all I can think of.
Give me a second on that one.
It's so damn hot.
Stupid fast that 752 stroke. Yeah, they had the 750 triple. Man, those things were just even. I mean, these were just amazing bikes, ridiculously fast.
We'll see you later, Tim. Tim's taking off too.
Later, Tim.
See, I used to own a couple sport bikes in my younger years when they were, next to nothing cheap. And
Yeah.
my dad always told me that I couldn't own a real bike because I looked like a child on one. So I had to ride crotch rockets.
I picked up a couple of years ago. I wish I would have done videos on it. I got a bunch of pictures, but it was a '84 Harley Sportster, and I don't know. It was an '84, yep. So it was Ironhead.
Yeah.
I sent it out to a buddy, and he went through it, and I spent a shit ton of money on this thing. But it was right when it came back, and I love the way she sounded. I love the way it felt, but I looked like a monkey fucking a football because you can picture how big I am on a Sportster,
Yeah. That would have been the AMF, wouldn't it? I don't remember when AMF owned Harley.
I don't know.
I think it was late 70s or early 80s. I don't remember. Again, I'm not huge on the Harley stuff. I don't know my Harleys as well. But yeah, I think that would have been the AMF days. That's like the worst Harleys you can find. And that's where they get all the reputation from of leaking oil and breaking down. It's all AMF stuff, and that's just a reputation they picked up and couldn't get past it.
Yeah, the Ironheads, if it's not leaking, there's something wrong with your bike.
If it's not leaking, it's probably a Honda.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, they literally had pans that they put underneath the bikes in the showroom floor. I mean, come on. Why would you even buy something like that? I mean, if you went to a car dealership today to buy a car and they had stuff underneath it to catch the oil dripping off, would you even consider buying that?
Yeah, but you gotta figure how long ago this was.
What cars were being sold around that time that had to have an oil pan underneath them on the showroom floor because they knew they were going to drip oil? It's not like
57 Chevy, I think, leaked tranny fluid brand new.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Look at those. Nobody even knows about those anymore.
Sealed torque converters. 57 Chevy, they actually bolted them together, so it wasn't any big deal for them to leak tranny fluid.
Wow.
Look at the Pintos.
I'd rather not.
Need I say more?
Were those known for leaking on the showroom floor?
Well, they were known for killing you.
Well, yeah, they weren't the only car, but yeah, they were very well known. I love. There's a picture. I'm sure you guys have seen it of a Pinto with the reverse flames on it from the back. I really like that one. That's a good one.
That is awesome. I haven't seen that before.
We know Junkers is a Ford guy. We know old 113's a cycle guy. What do we got for the technician down there? What kind of car guy are you, buddy?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a Ford and a Chevy guy.
Ford and a Chevy guy.
No, it's one or the other, dude. You can't have both.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, and my dad's a hardcore Ford guy. I'm a Ford guy myself, personally. But if I got a really good deal on a Chevy truck, man, frick, I'd buy it.
Yeah.
What year Chevy truck?
Yeah, it'd probably be a 1986 K30 Chevrolet Crew Cab.
All right, I'll accept that.
Yeah. Yeah, I was on my dream trucks as a kid. Was an old K30. I've actually ridden an original square body.
The square bodies have a soft spot in my heart. When I was a teenager, my buddies, there was a whole truck group that had the square bodies, and they'd jack them up, and they'd throw big old 350s in them and stovepipe exhaust on them, and they'd be loud as hell, and they'd be loud as hell. You could hear them coming down the road, but when they passed you, they were going like 10 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Hey, come on.
Yes, sir. The funny thing is, I had to bail a buddy of mine out the other day with his old, first gen square body. He's a pool guy around here. He was at end of a call, and his freaking truck randomly died in the middle of an intersection. And I was saying to listen to him. I just started laughing. It was pretty funny. I told him, I said, dude, you got to fix that issue with that thing. Tried cranking, nothing. He was like, mother F for this and that. Well, he was not happy when that truck left him stranded, and he just bought it too.
Well, what was wrong with it?
That's rough. I don't. Yeah, it has an electrical issue somewhere. Something shorted out between the battery and the fuel system on it.
No.
I told him, I
On
said,
what
dude,
year?
you better get your money on I think an early '96 to
Oh.
'97 square body.
Oh, yeah.
I
Those
told
things
him,
are
I said,
bad.
dude, you better
for
get your money
6K.
back from that dude. You know. Oh man, you gotta watch, especially buying these trucks used. Look closely at them.
You just send me a picture?
I did. I sent you 2 of them. I don't know if you can share them or not on there, share your screen or anything with it. But
I don't know. I'm on my phone. Let me see if I can do this.
if not, I might be able to.
Oh,
show
dude,
it on the computer.
that's hilarious.
I wish we could see it.
Well, let me see what I can do.
Oh, you will, one way or another.
Yes, sir. But yeah. You know what truck I have now, Ryan, is a 6.0 liter diesel 06.
Ooh, nice.
It's nice, man. Yeah, I didn't when it was real cold around here, which is nothing for y'all up north. But it got down to 24 degrees, so we had a wind chill of about 5 degrees.
February.
And I ran the truck a week before and didn't run it, ever since. I think cranked right up on the first try, with it being
Nice.
24 degrees out and not even hasn't ran.
No block heater or anything.
No block heater, nothing. Didn't even only let one little puff of smoke out. That was it.
Really?
And she was running. That thing's got hot heat. The heat's hot in that son of a gun, but the AC doesn't work. Oh, it's miserable in the summertime, and I got to drive that thing. It's miserable in the summertime.
Oh yeah. Junker,
Hey,
did you figure out if you can share it?
What's that?
Yeah.
Did you figure out if you can share it from your phone?
Not yet.
Here. Here.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that works.
Okay, that
Ooh,
works.
I can do there.
That is awesome.
That's awesome.
It's like
We're
one of the
looking at
best car
Pinto,
mods.
Pacer, Pinto.
It's a Pinto with the reverse flame
Oh.
job on it.
Okay, I'm seeing.
He's actually got, if you can see, he's got a flammable, the hazard placard. I can't remember what they're called on the back of it.
Oh, my daughter said, that's cool. She
Fire
doesn't get
hazard
it.
Yeah. You have to know. Yeah. It's my favorite Pinto ever, I think.
I didn't know there was a.
What is that?
I didn't know there was a favorite kind of. Ooh.
Well, I'm actually sitting
Oh.
here re-editing a bunch of the old Fire Hazard Fairlane videos.
Oh, are you?
Hopefully, I'm going to get back to actually working on that dang car here soon.
That whole series you did there was really good.
Hmm.
Yeah, they didn't get many views. I'm going to try to cut down the length
really?
on the videos and re-edit them out a little.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten shit for views in the last couple of weeks.
I haven't either, but I didn't expect to either. So
I'm kind of out of content right now, so I got to revisit some of the old stuff, make it better.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm. I got a video for next week that's gonna suck, just like the last two have. And then I think I'm gonna take until the first of the year off.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's not. that
Yeah,
far.
it's only,
Not that
it's only
far
gonna
from
be
the
2
first year.
It's only gonna be 2 weeks or so, but I'm not having the best of luck right now.
Yeah.
Especially
Well, if you're
with
not having fun, you shouldn't do it anyways.
yeah, I'm not having fun right now. Unfortunately, things just aren't going great as far as recording and trying to get the content going right, and I kind of want to take a step back and chill out a little bit. I'm not leaving or anything,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay if I share my screen, Junkers. I got my dream, my little old classic green truck up.
As long as it's not
There she is,
titties or
fellas.
something.
No, sir, it's not.
Well, what
Love
is
the
it?
gun piston.
Yeah, check this thing out, fellas. Rust free, northern truck, rust free.
We don't see nothing.
You see the
You got to
screen?
select to bring him up or something.
I don't. Oh, here we go. No, Forsaken's back.
Oh,
Hold on.
what's going on? Welcome back to my live.
Glad to be here. Glad you're hosting this thing.
Yeah,
Wait
yeah.
Wait a minute, I'm still here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but it was just us
I'm
for a while, and then
downstairs.
he left, so apparently it's mine.
Yeah.
True.
I'm on there,
Very
man.
rust-free truck.
Yeah, this is a nice truck, man, especially being northern too and being rust free. Crap,
Yeah.
usually these things are rotted out, and stuff like that. I like
Everybody loves a square
I
body.
like this kind of gauge cluster. It's nice.
I've only seen a few 4-doors like that around here, to be honest with you.
Yes, sir.
I'm not gonna make a weird flex. I only got a couple.
How many you got sitting in the yard?
I got 2.
I know if you have at least one. I remember seeing it.
That is a weird flex, dudes. My buddy just picked up a one of the K5 Blazers yesterday.
Ooh.
What year?
Sweet, man.
I think it's a 79. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest. Square body stuff is kind of over my head. I just never got into them. I mean, they're cool and all, but I just never got into them.
Well, you got to look at your 73 to 75 are full top off square bodies. So they're not a half top, it's a full convertible. So then at 76 to 80 is essentially going to be your first generation square body. They're going to still be partial top. But from 76 to 80, you pretty much have full-time transfer cases in everything that's not a stick. So you want to kind of steer clear of those guys. But then once you hit 80, you change from round headlight to square headlight, and you go to the better transfer cases, better motors, better transmissions. But in my opinion, the physical look of the vehicle kind of goes away when it hits square headlights.
So this one has round headlights, and I'm with you. In my personal opinion, if I'm going to own a square body, it's going to have round headlights.
Yep.
I just think that front end looks better.
Yep.
Also, if I own a square body, it's not going to be stock, and it's going to be a 1/4 inch off the ground. So,
Oh, there you go.
it's just a personal thing. I think they look great low. And when I was growing up, everybody had them because they worked out of them. I mean, my uncle had one. I worked out of it. That's how I actually learned. When I started learning how to work on cars, I worked with him. And, I was in a square body all the time. I hated that thing. Because every time I saw it didn't work.
Because that was the only truck they had. That was
it was it. That's exactly right. And that truck had been just in the junkyard. He worked at a junkyard. It had been brought into the junkyard as junk. He put a motor in it, had it painted, and worked out of it for years and years. But I was just never into them and now that everybody else is into them, I mean they're all right, but you have to be extreme. Like a stock truck to me, I don't see it. It's okay, but yeah.
See, that's my whole thing is like I enjoyed those trucks when you could get them for $400.
Yeah.
And I've always been a fan of square bodies. I lived, breathed, and died by them. I mean, I drove one every day up until 6 years ago. But it just turned into a thing of once it became super popular, I've kind of lost interest in them. It's just, it's kind of everybody has one. It's amazing. Great. I use them for utilitarian purposes. I think they're good trucks, but to spend a bunch of money to fully restore one just to have it, I'd rather go buy a Chevelle or something,
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're going to
I'm
spend
with
your money like that, I don't know.
Mhm.
Not on that.
That's the thing about me, Mr. Dave. I would buy one of those trucks, restore it, and make a profit off of it.
No, I'm all about making money. Wherever I can make it, it don't matter. I might restore it and sell it, but just to have, I'm not that guy.
Right.
If I have it, it's like I said, it's going to be 2 inches off the ground. It's going to be, 22s and like one of the new LT4 type engines. It's going to be crazy because that's what I'm going to build out of it, and it's just what I enjoy. And I'm not a big off-road guy in general, although I've had plenty of off-road vehicles, but like people spend all these money on these off-road trucks, and I think that's such a silly waste because you can't go off-road in them anymore because you have a show truck. It's like, where are you going?
That's the problem. It's like I've built a lot of off-road vehicles, but none of them were ever nice looking.
Yeah.
But they worked off-road.
Yes.
But then you get to the point of you build something that actually works off-road. It's kind of like building a dirt track car. You're just breaking it until the next go, and then you're fixing it and you're breaking it again.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
and that's exactly how we used to do rail buggies back in the 80s, the late 80s, early 90s. I had a lot of friends that did rail buggy stuff up here, and that's the way those are. You're always wrenching on them because
Fall asleep, Bob?
they're just always broke.
Interested.
Let's see.
Yeah, we used to run a 77 3/4 ton Chevy, a 74 3/4 ton Chevy, and then my 72 GMC. It was a 1 ton, and that's what we used to race around in the mud and go rock climbing with. And we were just always working on those things, and they were fun. But there wasn't a single one of them that wasn't beat up, rusty, twisted frame.
Hey, John.
Yeah. So
John
I don't know,
Philcar came in.
but I've never been. I don't know. I've built some really nice cars in my life. Been a part of building a lot of really nice cars, but they hit a certain point and it's like, they're no fun anymore. You're afraid they're so expensive to fix. It's like, who wants to go play in it? So,
matter of fact, on that, sorry, Mr. Dave, go ahead.
But go ahead, man.
Yeah, on that topic, I'm looking at a K30 right now. I just found for sale in my area. And it's AR rust. It's the paint's all faded away and crap. And I got an uncle that owns a body shop around here. It's a 1-ton dually C30 with the 6.2 Detroit diesel in it. Yeah, that sucker was nice. And it's got the 454 two-wheel drive automatic transmission in it.
Is it a 4-door as well?
Yes, sir. It's a 4-door.
I do have a soft spot for the 4-doors. But that comes. I worked out of a 4-door for a while with a bunch of guys, and we had a lot of fun in it. That's why I like those trucks. I like the 4-doors because it reminds me of a good time I had. Not necessarily that but they do look good too, you go off the ground.
Yeah, I think a lot of people. I mean, if you really look at vintage or older vehicles in general, you're only going to enjoy the stuff that you enjoyed earlier on in life, your dad had, or your grandpa had. That's why car trends keep transitioning, because you look at 40s cars. They were really popular back in the 80s, but now nobody wants a 40s car. I mean, nobody knows anybody that had one.
Me. I'm still that guy. So, but I appreciate things that a lot of people do not appreciate because growing up, I've been around cars from the 20s all the way up to whatever was present at the time. And because, somebody between my uncle and my dad and my other uncles, there was always something old sitting in the driveway. You never knew what it was going to be. My dad was a truck driver, so he'd drag this stuff home from everywhere, all over the country. He used to buy a lot of cars in California because he'd go out and load it and come back empty and bring them back. And he brought a lot of stuff back. I found a picture yesterday going through some stuff of him standing in front of a 57 Bel Air 2-door wagon that was a red car with all the gold, it was one of those gold trim cars. I don't know. I've just been around a bunch of weird stuff, but I love cars from the 40s.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
I like anything pre-war stuff, motorcycles, cars, all sorts of stuff.
I like anything. Period.
It's just like
we know, dude. You've got everything, don't you?
Well, I know Forsaken Steel there. He's got that 3rd gen that he's been working on, and I mean that's a perfect example of those cars were popular. They were out there back in the late 90s, early 2000s, but now everybody wants one because it's either the car they remember from high school or their dad had one, or they've become in a lot of growth and value because now they're becoming popular.
Yeah.
They are. And when I bought this one, it wasn't for any reason other than I wanted to build something that could be fast on a cheap platform. And these things are still fairly a cheap platform.
And they're not great at everything, but they're good at a lot of things.
Yes. And with a little bit of money, they can be good at a lot of things. Other than not rattle. They're going to rattle.
Oh, yeah.
These are the most rattlingest cars. Same as a Fox Body Mustang, both of them. Good grief. They just rattle. I don't.
Try driving one without a headline.
My IROC currently doesn't have a headliner in it, and I drove it in the parade this past week, and on the way up there, the whole thing rattles. And this thing's got kill mat in it, and I've done a lot of things to reduce it, but there's no.
Mine just has one piece of thin carpet, and it is rattling and loud,
I bet it's bad.
and hot inside. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, this sucker's in good shape. The one I'm looking at right now, this sucker's in really good shape for an 87. Yeah, the only thing that sucks about this one, Dave, is that they did the 6.2 swap on it.
Oh yeah, the Detroit Diesel 6.2.
Yeah, it's got a 6.2 Escalade engine in it.
Oh, out of an Escalade?
Yeah,
that's a fantastic engine.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
God, man,
I've got one of those.
Man. It's actually killing me right now. Damn it! Why did I have to look? And I want to get rid of that
spend the money
that I've got right now.
You just got to go spend the money.
And
I don't look unless I have money, because I do just like you.
The hobby. Come on now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
look at the hobby.
My truck in that thing needs too much work. Needs too much work done to it. Needs to have a transmission dropped and the seal change, AC repairs, mirrors, cab mounts. I'm not spending that kind of money. That clunker can go. I'm gonna go for way old school.
I don't know how you guys can say that you gotta have money to get the cars. You ever heard of trading?
Oh yeah,
that's what this guy wants to do right here, fellas. He wants to trade. He wants to trade for this more modern truck. Somebody could trade. Just ordered a brand new truck. So he needs to trade it into the dealership to get a credit for his new truck.
See, I've never been a huge fan of trading. Hoarding's easier.
Yeah,
hoarding is more enjoyable. That's for sure. But I like to trade because I don't trade unless it's a good deal for me.
There you go.
I'm just that guy. I'm not trading unless it's a good deal for me. You got to want my stuff. So,
David, I think this one's for you.
Wow, did I miss it? We bought a new third gen 89. I just posted. So the other picture I found was me standing in front of my blue 89 IROC in 2002. I was a much younger man, but that was the first IROC I ever had. Man, that thing was a great car.
True, I didn't even catch that either. It's got the Escalade transmission to go with it.
Oh, yeah.
Did anybody see on Instagram? I don't know if it was earlier today or was it yesterday.
Oh, it's a scrappy.
The pickup, the F100 getting crushed.
Yeah.
I don't know what the deal with that video was.
I screamed out loud. Like when Brittany gets back, you can ask her. I was like, "No!" She's like, "What's wrong?" I'm like, "They're crushing a beautiful truck." She's like, "Are you kidding me?"
I'm just hoping it was full of Bondo or possibly a really old video. I don't know.
Well, I also wondered if it might possibly been like a drug seizure or something, and they had to destroy it.
Oh,
yeah. Because some of the, I don't know about where y'all are at, but where I'm at, some of the drug seizure cars, depending on what was in them, they require them to be destroyed.
Seriously?
Yeah, you can buy them. You can actually buy them and strip them, but you have to destroy the car. You can never title it again.
But why would you take a video of it and then post it like that?
To get your reaction.
Yeah,
so
get you tuned in, man, and tuned up.
Motorcycles, they do that a lot with motorcycle thefts.
Really?
And yeah, I don't know the whole deal, and it might be like you're talking about or something. I don't know the whole deal with them as far as I've never really looked into them. But you can find videos of them running them over with bulldozers and whatever stuff with it, and there is just a massive amount. And they're new motorcycles, newer. They're not brand new, but they're just stolen motorcycles, and they just destroy them. So the police video them and put them out. So like, we found all of these motorcycles and we're crushing them, and see, so it's kind of a, I don't know, scared straight kind of thing for thieves. And it's like, I don't know how that's supposed to help. You're just killing all of us that you're watching us destroying all of these motorcycles. Thieves don't care.
Yeah, they don't care. They're just going to go steal another one.
Yeah, exactly.
No, they're just like, time to start over. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They just go to the next one. So, but yeah, here I know that at the police impound, if you buy something and it was a drug seizure car, depending on the drug, sometimes you don't ever get a title. You can't get one. I mean, you can
That's
buy it
crazy.
and do whatever you want with it, but you basically at the end you have to crush them. What are you going to do with them?
Yeah.
There's only so many parts you can take off before it's junk.
And who's going to do
Yeah.
that? I mean, if the city has it, they're not going to spend the time to do that.
No, they don't. And the city, they usually sell those things for like scrap price, $300.
Yeah.
So
I'm not
Just
saying I know a guy.
too sad.
but,
I'm not saying I
body.
know a guy.
Job
I'm
opportunity.
not saying I know a guy, but square body pro tip: the VIN number's on the dash.
That is true.
And it unbolts.
It unbolts. So, yeah, I know there's some stuff that's happened. It happens all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, but that's what I figure is either these people were crushing that truck because they had to crush that truck, or it was literally like, we just want to see what kind of reaction we can get, and it was junk. Like underneath it was junk.
Well, and the other thing you're not seeing is, like, my thought was, you don't see the other side of the truck. So there's nothing saying the other side wasn't T-boned.
Yeah, we don't know that.
Yeah.
I wonder how many clicks they've got on that video.
A lot.
I
Yeah.
couldn't find it.
A
I couldn't find it.
Oh, because you not find?
Yeah, you said it was on Instagram.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was
Yeah, I searched
yesterday.
for-
It was
That
yesterday.
was
yeah.
Truck
100
Nation or
Crusher.
It might have been Truck Nation. I saw it, and then I saw somebody else share. Actually, I saw somebody else share it first. I don't follow them, but I'm trying to get more into the Insta game. I don't know. I have like 170 followers now, so that's a lot since it's only I've only had an Instagram at all for like 4 months.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
170? That's not bad.
I think I'm at like 950.
How long have you been doing it?
It was past when you and I met.
Was it?
Yeah.
I started 4 months ago, but I also, for a long time, I paid it no attention. And I still pay it very little attention. It's just not my thing. I mean, it's all right. I actually like it better than Facebook.
Yeah, I'm not on Facebook very much. I do have a Junker Clunkers Facebook, but
Well, there you
I don't
go.
post on it.
Come on, man. You got like 7,949 following.
Who does?
Junkers.
Oh, yeah.
On
I do?
Instagram?
Yeah.
Oh, that he's following.
That you're following. Following.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's a great way to get people to see your stuff. Is
That
just
is.
to follow them because they'll follow you back.
That's where I've actually met a lot of other YouTubers that are small,
Mm-hmm.
and then I try and help them out and bring them into our group too.
See, my problem with following too many people is, like, I like to look at Instagram, and you follow too many people and it just bogs it all down too much.
it does.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but
Yeah.
That's why I keep it to a lean 1,300.
1,300.
Look.
the
Cement
whole
surf,
point of it,
I can't
the
wait
whole
to see
point-
that video on that car, by the way. I've been
Which
meaning to slip that comment in for a while.
who are you talking to?
Cement Surfer. He's took a video of that 80s Camaro on the scrapyard, and he said he's shooting a video of it tomorrow.
Oh,
I'd be interested to see that.
Yeah, I've gotten lazy, and all I do and post on my Instagram is just when the new video comes up.
Well, I've been trying to post more on there. I don't know. It's I don't know.
I was
It's
posting
one of those things where
3
it's
things
like,
a day, every day for almost 4 months, but that was very early on. And I feel like if I started doing that again, it might help. But very early on, I didn't have any followers, so it was just kind of like, I feel like I'm wasting time here.
Yeah.
I mean, my growth is basically stagnant now, so I don't know. I don't know what else to do for it. So I do a little bit of Instagram, but I do enjoy the Instagram, more than, like I said, more than Facebook. But I don't have time for it mostly.
Instagram for me has been probably a big growing point because that's not my personal one. So I really don't care how many people I'm following.
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
the more people I'm following, the
Well,
more people I talk to
and
a
see,
lot of
maybe that's
people.
what I
I
need to
actually
do.
message. I message a
probably need
lot
to-
of people.
I don't have a personal Instagram account, so maybe I need
You
to start
should.
one. Follow the people I want to look at,
Yep.
and
There
then
you go.
take the other one the other direction.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you have to pay both of them attention because the one for your channel, you still need to post on it,
Yeah.
but to keep it
Well, I would
active.
say my personal
Yeah.
one, I wouldn't post anything. I would just
just a
view
cruise.
stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I've that's what I've got. I've got a personal one, but honestly, the only people I follow on it are family,
Yeah.
or close friends.
Yeah.
And then my other one, I scroll it some, but I don't know. But it's just so much more peaceful.
Yeah.
That's why I like it. It's just a peaceful place, more or less,
Prior to a year ago, I didn't have a Facebook page. I didn't have an Instagram. I didn't have any social media of any kind. So when I started YouTube, I started social media. So it's been a big learning curve for me to deal with anything social media because I have been so distant from it and hating it for so long that it's just hard for me to want to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not a big social media person, but I mean, I had a Facebook page for, just for me and my business type stuff, but that's all I've ever really had until I started the YouTube. And then I was like, well, I need to do these other things as part of it. Junker
That's what got
Clunkers,
me.
I got a question for you. I know
Sure.
you watched my video this week. How'd you like the pre-intro stuff? Did you think that was cool?
I did like that. I thought about doing stuff like that too.
Well, here the reason why I did it, and I think it's really helped. My
I watched your
retention
new
rate.
video too.
What's that?
I watched your
Did you
new
watch-
video too.
Oh, did you see it? What'd you think about that? Do you like that? It's like a preview at the first.
I was a little confused at first, but
Yeah.
it
Well,
made sense.
it really helped my retention rate. My average view duration on that video is almost 20 minutes.
Oh, really?
It's a
See, I've been
40-minute
thinking
long
about
video.
that.
Wow.
What's that?
Yeah, I've been thinking about trying something like that. So maybe that's the whole point.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just thought, it took a little more time, but I thought, I don't know, it might get people to stick around longer if they know kind of, hey, this is coming up or whatever. So I don't know. I just
It
tried
gives
it.
them something to look for instead of just skipping through the video.
Yeah, exactly. So
You're talking about before your intro, right?
yes, before my intro.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like a little, is less than 30 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah.
I do that.
Would you do that?
Other than the early shop stuff, yeah. The number of the YouTubers that I follow that are big, they do that, and I picked up on that pretty quick. I was like, oh, I like that, and I'll I did my stuff's not getting that kind of views and stuff, but like when I built my table, my rolling workbench table, I had a couple times where some of the welds were just absolute crap, and I was like. And I knew I was recording, but it didn't have anything to do with what I was saying. It was just like, oh, that was absolute shit. That I put that in my intro. So it comes on, it's like, well, that was absolute shit. And then the intro kicks in.
Right.
And then, of course, that's in there. And I try to do something like that. Or I do, I come in and talk in the beginning and then do the intro and the video comes or something. But yeah, I try to do something from the video early on with it, that's something. I don't have a whole lot of funny in my stuff at the moment. So if I have something funny, I'll put that in. If I screw up something, I'll try and put that in, something like that.
Yeah.
So David, I got a question for you now.
Fire away.
Because I know you watch my videos. Do you watch them all the way through?
All the time.
Okay. That's appreciated. What do you prefer? My editing when I do long videos or short videos?
The longer videos are much better.
That's what I thought.
I mean, like a lot better.
I was listening to what people have to say. So I did. I was testing it. Obviously, the last couple videos have been shorts.
I figured you'd been sick, and that was the best you could get. I mean, that's what I knew you, and I knew you hadn't been doing well, so I figured, well, he's not feeling good. This is the best he can get out.
It was, and then this last one, I could have gone longer.
Uh-huh.
and I wish that I would have, but I was trying the shorter videos because that's what people say they want, but I'm not seeing that in my analytics. I'm getting crap for views, and
so I've looked into this shorter video business a lot, because I also considered doing. I've got a short coming out tomorrow, and people like to scroll through shorts or whatever that are really short, less than 2 minutes. But for car content, I think you get more out of a 30 to 40 minute video.
Nah.
I think people enjoy it, but because you get to tell it, if there's actually something happening, you get to tell the story, where it's hard to tell that in 9 minutes, So
Well, and see, I ran into that when I first started putting up videos. So a lot of my original videos are 30 and 40-minute long, and those videos didn't get any views. And even when people did view them, they didn't watch them. So it's like, well, maybe I'm just making some really crappy videos. And then I started doing a little, there was a couple that kind of hit. And then I started doing part series where I do like 10 to 14 minutes, 5-part series. And those kind of did a lot better. And then I've been trying to stick to anything under 15 minutes because I have a lot of people that tell me, if it's longer than 10, 15 minutes, they're just not going to watch it all the way through. But then I consistently see it's always a 30 to 40% watch through rate, no matter what I put out, long or short.
Really?
So I've got probably maybe not the next couple of videos, 3 videos out or so. I'm going to pull a motor out of a Fiat, and I'm going to do a video series on it. It'll probably be 3 videos, but I'm going to try to stick those to around 25 minutes, no more than 30. But some of my videos are an hour and a half. I think an hour and a half long video, and it has crazy retention rate.
I've watched every minute of every video you've had, every single minute.
A lot of people do, and I'm like, I can't believe y'all watching this garbage, but here it is.
But I'm in that category. Dude just talking about if it's more than 10 or 15 minutes, I'm not watching it all the way through. We were talking about it earlier. I don't remember who was on, who wasn't. But when I'm in the shop and there's somebody that, posts a new video that's a longer video, I'll throw it up and put it on mute.
Oh, we were talking about that, yeah.
Yeah, I am not watching a 30, 40-minute video all the time. Occasionally somebody puts one up. Obviously I watch all Cletus' stuff, the day it goes up, pretty quick with it. He puts up a 30-minute video because that's not normally what he does, or 30, 40. I would watch that. There's people like that I follow that I would do that. But they start doing it all the time. They're going to mute. I'm sorry. I don't have time. You're making a sitcom here. I don't have time to watch 30-minute sitcoms here.
My stuff, if I didn't trim it, to trim it is to an hour. It's not.
Oh yeah, I understand.
It's like heavily trimmed.
Yeah.
But I was watching something that somebody else was talking about, and they were like, you should focus your video and make it a highlights reel.
Yep.
And that's what this last video, that's what I tried to cut it to make it highlights reel. The best of the best, everything else gets cut. If you can make it make sense without it, cut it.
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to do. That's hard to do though. It is hard.
Yeah, because you consciously have to go into it essentially planning a start, middle, finish, even though you're cutting it together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have the video on this bike over here, wherever it is behind me, that it's taken me a while to put out because I didn't do a natural break with it. And it's a process. It's kind of a how-to for the most part. So I can't skip anything with it. So I'm having to cut down. It's like, okay, you have to do this, but trying to make that as small as possible. And I'm still at like 4 videos that are 30 minutes long. This thing is not going to get crap for views. The only people that are going to watch it are people that own this motorcycle that need to do this exact procedure themselves. That's it. Nobody else is going to care to watch this. It's not entertainment stuff with it.
Earlier in the summer, I picked up a junked 94 Ford F-150 pickup with 351. I wanted the motor out of it, and I wanted the interior for my other truck. So I was going to make like a video on me taking all the interior out and junking this truck, essentially, and taking it to the scrapyard. I filmed so much with that truck, it was ridiculous, but I was just filming it sporadically all over, and I literally have 7 hours of footage on that truck, and it'll never become a video.
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
I can't put it together. It just makes no sense.
that's
Yeah.
And by the time we
I'm
were
trying to
done,
become more intentional.
it was a
The other
firewall and a
thing-
front clip that we were doing burnouts with nothing but an open frame. So you'd think it would be a decent video, but it still doesn't make any sense.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Well,
get that.
The problem that I run into, like with this one, I have a whole, probably 4 or 5 hours worth of video, maybe not quite that long, but it's pretty long, of doing the carburetors on this bike and how to take the carburetors off. Well, yeah, but one important segment in there that you really need to see, I was out of frame on the camera. You can't see what I was doing. The whole thing's ruined. So all of that,
Yeah.
Done
it's
that
like,
before.
I'm like, can I put something together with this? I'm like, it doesn't make any sense. You know, it's one of those, here's how you remove the carbs. I showed you how to do everything but take the carbs out of the bike. So it's,
Yeah.
I think it was actually while I was building them on the table, I set the camera up and was building them on the table, and then end up moving out of frame as I'm working because there's so many parts with it, and just never even thought about it. Got it all done, got the carbs all back together. Camera was running that whole time. Didn't even think about it. Didn't go back and check the video. It's too long. I just uploaded it to the computer and move on to the next thing. And then when I went back to look at it, it was all gone. So just an utter waste of time.
Well, gentlemen, I'm off to bed. I got to be up at way too early before the sun.
All right,
I just wanted to jump back in and tell everybody have a good evening.
all right, Mr.
good
Dave.
seeing you again.
Thanks, nice meeting you, man. And
Good
thanks
meeting you too.
for hanging out with us.
See y'all later.
Yeah.
Who's leaving?
Mr. Dave's
Forsaken.
leaving. Yeah, sorry I wasn't talking, Mr. Ryan. I didn't want to bother you guys.
No.
Yeah, and I just picked up a new pair of safety glasses for just yesterday because my old pair were scratched up and just covered in grease and all that crap. Yeah, I picked these up and I've been using these for about my second day now. I love them. Yeah, the anti-fog stuff. I wear a mask when I'm working on somebody's car or something. My glasses won't fog up.
Hey,
You know what
Cletus,
the weird one?
I have
The weird one I
premium.
have is I did a video on my 2015 GMC Terrain, and it wasn't really a funny video of any kind. It was just me repairing something the dealership messed up, and kind of telling a little story about it and fixing a bunch of wiring harnesses. And that video actually does better than most of my other videos. Like, a lot of people watch it for some reason. And I don't even know if you can really call it even a how-to. I mean, it's a basic, better way to fix this wire. I don't know.
How that should have been done.
Well, yeah, it's exactly what it is. How it should have been done, but we took it to a dealer and spent $1,000 6 different times, and they did nothing but break it further. So,
Gosh.
That makes sense.
So, Cement mentioned that Vice Grip did a 2-hour blooper video. That's a little crazy, but that's a perfect thing to run in the background if you're not doing anything.
yeah, that was his million.
Oh,
Yeah.
was that the million view thing? Okay.
Yeah, million subscriber one. I watched a bunch of it, but he would do clips of like the same part of his every video. So like every video would just be like, "Hey, it's Vice Grip's Garage. Hey, it's Vice Grip's Garage." And he'd do every one of them, and you just sit there for 5 minutes, him mentioning the same thing, and it's just like, all right, come on.
Yeah, I couldn't watch the whole 2 hours of that.
Well, my question with that is, have you guys ever done anything like that? Have you guys ever done a blooper before or anything?
Not yet.
I've been putting one together.
Have you?
Yeah, so like that Ford I was telling you about, it'll probably end up in that as just a kind of collaboration of a bunch of stuff. I figure if I ever make it to 1,000, I'll probably put that video out of everything that got me there.
There you go.
And the Ford will probably be in it, even though it's never ever going to be in a video. So
Yeah.
Dudes, you gonna tell us what you got for a number yet?
no.
When he gets 1,000, we'll know.
Yeah, I'll probably turn it on when it's at 1,000.
Like I said,
what-
I was just curious how people were doing that. If they were doing like you're doing and saving little clips here and there, if they were going back and doing it later, how that was working. That's what I was curious. So.
Well, I see. I originally wanted to do an intro, kind of like Junkers does, and I originally wanted to do like a clip together intro, but then I kind of felt that it was a little, I don't know, cluttered because I do the initial like talk intro, and then I thought about putting the title intro after that, and then the video. But then I'm like, you're just adding something that doesn't really need to be there.
Yeah. Well, I really like your intro right now. The whole dudes with wrenches here and that thing. So, like we were talking about the teaser thing, I like that yours better than that. Coming on, explaining the video and stuff. So.
It's a beautiful night here in New Orleans area.
Yeah. Hey, I'm Mr. Ryan and
Yeah.
Junkers. My mother Brenda said hello and dudes with wrenches. She's in
Hey, how we doing?
And Junkers saying, "No, Mr. Ryan, how you doing, Mom?"
Good.
How you doing, Mom?
Yeah, I'm also a high functioning with autism, Mr. Ryan.
Yeah. Well, you're doing well with it.
He said I'm doing very well, Mom.
Did he? Oh, Jim, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
You worked very hard.
Mm-hmm.
Because it wasn't always like that.
I'm not gonna talk about food in my mouth, Mom. And I said that now, and I am. Whoops, sorry.
But it wasn't always
The new Monster Rust.
You worked very hard.
Yes, yeah. But they said you need to rest, Mom. You need to take a rest from me and Dad. You know, take a spa day or something, and we'll handle
that
the house.
piston twisting comment right there. I tried to do that. I had a Grand Prix video. It's not up anymore, which I did return a lot of my shorts back to my channel. But I had a Grand Prix video that was probably an hour long on there for a while. It didn't get very good views, but I thought it'd be fun to like put some bloopers and outcuts from the whole video at the very end, because I figured if everybody skips to the very end, at least they'll see something. And I did the analytics on that, and nobody ever watched the end. Really? And the worst part is the last 2 minutes of that video was probably the best part of the whole video. I'm sitting there welding parts together, trying to break things. I mean, just
that's hilarious.
So yeah, it was a big flop. I'm like, I probably should have led with that, and maybe people would have watched the whole thing. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe. That's
I get surprised when people comment to like the last things that I say on the video, and I'm like, wow, people actually watch the whole thing. It's weird sometimes. Or they just
people watching mine are like 1 minute video and that's it.
Or they just skip to the end. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know any videos that I've watched that I've skipped all the way to the end kind of thing. You know, I might fast forward here, you know.
Yeah, I might jump around a little bit, but I don't just skip to the end. That don't make much sense.
I can't think of any that I've ever done that with. Yeah, I just can't think of any.
Well, I don't know. I do it like Vice Grip Garage and putting fabs sometimes. Like if it's an hour long, like I'll watch 15 minutes and then I'll skip to the last 15 minutes and just be like, all right.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I've never watched any of those videos of either two of them. They're too long. I don't have time to watch that stuff.
Well, that's kind of where I'm at. I'd love to sit there and watch them, but yeah, I don't have the commitment of watching an hour and 15-minute video consistently.
Yeah. Yeah, the only time I'm going to have time to do that is when I'm sitting in the house with the family, you know, after we're eating dinner. They don't want to watch that. So, you know, that means I'm not watching that. And that's why I don't watch the 30 and 40-minute videos, because half the time when I'm in the shop having that doing, I'm trying to record something, so I can't have the video playing in the background. So that's why I miss out on the longer stuff with it. So.
Well, I had a buddy of mine tell me something that I kind of took to heart for a little while. He texted me one day after I put out a video, and he goes, "Hey, do you think I'm taking like a 30-minute shit or something?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "That's the only time I'm watching videos, man. So you got to shorten those things up."
Yeah. Yours are ones that I make time for when they come up. Yours are funny. They're informative. I really like yours. So yours are ones that, you know, I know when it pops up, they're not 30, 40-minute videos and stuff like that. They're that 10 to 15-minute-ish type thing. It's one of those, I'm watching that one. So that one's going on my list of things I'm watching today.
There's very
Yeah.
Nobody's going to talk. There's very few people that I will listen to that I personally know that will say something about one of my videos.
Yeah.
My buddy Tom, he watches every single second of every video, so I'll listen to him. But past that, everybody else, I just don't think their opinions, you know.
I hate to let you guys know, but Jude just started his live stream. Now.
I gotta go.
I gotta go too.
Who did?
Power Stroke Jude. He just really did. I was kidding. Power Stroke
Okay.
Jude just started a live.
I don't think I'm on here.
You were just joking there, right? 113.
Yeah, what's going on?
That's what I thought. I'm like, I'm pretty sure you don't hang out over there.
No, I've watched it a couple times when there wasn't anybody live or anything like that. But no,
I join in every once in a while, but just chat.
I watch. I say a lot. I don't watch a lot. I watch quite a few of the lives, but I don't comment on them because I was saying earlier I watch them on my TV. Or I'll
just
have
don't
it
have
on
the option
in the background. Yeah, exactly. And I don't, like some of them, I have my TV going, and then I'll pull the iPad up, and I'm interacting and that kind of stuff with it. But a lot of times, I just have the comments scroll on the TV while I'm watching TV, so I don't, So I've watched a lot of the lives that I don't comment in, and every once in a while, I'm like, okay, I have to get in there and comment on that. So I'll, then I'll load up and comment on it and leave, and that's it.
So, like, I got a question for you. Just throw it out there. So I don't know how some of these guys do it. Like, I really have a little more respect for like Monster Rust and some of these guys that just walk around a car and talk about it, or like I have a problem just filming if I'm not doing anything. Like that's been my last two videos where I'm doing some basic stuff, like I'm moving it around in the yard or I need to put something away, and I'm just filming it to put a video out there, but I just don't feel it the whole time. I'm just like, all right, I'm just kind of going through the paces. And I feel like if I'm not working on something or doing something, I don't really view it as a video.
See, I don't know how you're doing on views and stuff. I really like those videos of yours.
And that's what I'm
the
wondering.
driving it around is cool, but I don't even know if you need to drive. It's cool to hear it run and that stuff with it, but just the 3-door Suburban, I didn't even know that thing existed. So hearing you talk about it and that stuff that was awesome. I learned a lot on that. Again, not a huge car guy with stuff, but how many people know about
like literally all I did with that thing was air up the tires and move it to a different end of the yard. Like I felt like when it was all done, I was like, okay, I guess that ran again.
and it was cool because you're like, is it going to run? Is it going to stop? That was great, but you didn't necessarily have to do that. Certainly, I want to hear them run. That's something I really like. But just walking around talking about, especially the stuff that you've got out there, I don't know about half that stuff. So to me, I like watching that stuff. So I would like to be able to do that with motorcycles, but I always feel like a lot of the times when I'm doing my videos, I'm very worried about people coming in and go, oh, well, you're wrong on this and you're wrong. So I don't do a lot. Like I could do each one of my motorcycles in the shop. I could do a, probably 10, 15-minute video on all of them, but I don't because I'm like, no, because I'm going to say something wrong and somebody's going to blah, blah, blah. So
but Ryan, that's a comment. That's an interaction.
I don't care.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I don't have an interest in feeding those people. I mean, if they come along, that's great, but I try to steer away from any really hard details on anything just because I don't want people being like, yeah, you're wrong. And I'm like, okay, well.
and I understand take the chances with it. Maybe they weren't. Yeah. I don't care.
With
That's
a motorcycle, I can definitely see where that would be a little more, you have to explain that a little more technical than, just here's a truck. It's got a small block in it,
Yeah. Well, and it's, because they're stock stuff. I say stock, stock engine, because that's what they're staying with. So that makes it a little more difficult. You can go in, there's a couple of them I could definitely do a number of things on as far as talking about them. But again, I'm going to say one thing wrong and, it's like, I don't need that in my life. I just don't care that much with it. So maybe one day I'll get to that point, but that's not why I'm on here. So, and that just takes the fun out of it for me.
So I've only had one troll and it was on Instagram. Only real negative comment I've ever gotten. And I got it on Instagram. This guy's like, your shit is just so cringe and da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, okay. And I'm like, thanks, buddy. God be with you, and then the worst part is like, I don't know, like a week went by. I really didn't care about that it was on there. I didn't take it off. And I was like, I should go just pull that comment. But then I actually went and I kind of trolled that guy's page to kind of see his whole thing.
Yeah.
And then I started commenting on his stuff. Like I was being all like, hey, good picture, good video, And I was like, I hope this guy just thinks I'm just totally trolling him right now. But I was being positive about it. Like I wasn't being mean in any way, shape, or form. And then all of a sudden the guy comes back and he's like, Yeah, I was being an ass before, and I'm like, yeah, that happens.
Wow.
You know, I'm just like,
That's
dang,
pretty
I thought
awesome.
I had one troll, and I don't even have one.
The only thing that I've ever gotten, I guess there was a couple, not really troll, just more side-handed comments kind of thing. Like to me, it's hilarious. The very first video that I put up on here was the building being constructed. I didn't have any way to film it. It took a day and a half, basically 2 days to actually construct it. So I'd done a time lapse of the concrete, which took a really long time to do, him building it and doing all that stuff. I didn't have a good way to film it. I didn't have anything outside, no battery. My camera is going to last all day, multiple days, obviously charge overnight stuff. But anyways, so what I did was I just put it in my old shop in the window and set my old phone up, put it on there on time lapse, and just let it run. So it just ran the whole time with it. Well, then I just put it together as a video and put it up, and it was the assembly of the building, so you could actually see how the steel frame was done. It's quick, but you can see how the steel frame goes, how they did the siding, the doors. Again, the whole video is like a minute and a half and include the concrete. And someone commented on there, they're like, this is like the worst video. You put it up here like all you did was put your phone on time lapse and videoed it. And I was like, yeah, that's literally what I did. I was
Yeah,
like,
you hit
thanks,
that
it was my
nail right on
first
the head
video
there, bud.
ever. I'm like, I didn't know how to film it, and it was a video I couldn't find out there, so I was like, eh. He's like, you just put it looks like you just put a phone on time lapse and left it. I'm like, yeah, that's what I did.
That's exactly what I did. Thanks for commenting.
Yeah.
I've watched all your building videos,
Yeah.
and I'm
Thank
super impressed with how well they're doing. I mean, it blows me away how many people watch those videos.
It is, and one of them's going to hit 20,000 here probably within the week.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Wow.
get 400 views a day, usually on those 300 to 400 views a day on that whole set of videos. The rest of my stuff doesn't do anything, but the building stuff is just, I took off with a bang and then just dropped after that, which I knew was going to happen. I knew that was, the building stuff with it, but I definitely didn't expect them to take off.
I want to put up like a 40 by 60 building that I'm still working out all the details on, and it's going out of my mom and dad's house out at the farm, and I got to move a ton of cars and level ground and get everything ready so I can do this building. And I'm trying to figure out a way how I can time lapse it just like that, because I don't care. I think people would like to watch that. Just kind of,
they do.
Here's 15 cars sitting there, now they all got to move, and there's a mobile home that has to move. I mean, it's a lot of stuff that has to be gotten rid of so where I can get the square footage out of what I want to do, and then put down concrete, put up the metal building. I think it would give views. I'm just still trying to figure out how I would go about filming it.
And see, that was my problem with doing the building. I didn't know how to do it. Luckily my shop had the window that faced my old shop, which is just a part of the house. It had a window that faced here. If it wasn't for that, I don't know what I would have done. I really don't. I mean, it rained sometimes, and it's like I have no idea how I would have filmed that. Even some GoPros or something. I mean, like I said, some of that stuff was hours long. I mean, it was.
Yeah. Hey, dudes, you guys got a college near you?
A bunch of them.
Isn't there film majoring and stuff like that?
No, probably.
Why wouldn't you see if you could get the school to give like extra credit and stuff like that, and they could film for you?
It might be an option.
I could see where you could. I like that idea of maybe contacting the department there, whatever it is.
Well, to tell you the truth, my wife actually works for one of the colleges, so
no,
you say that.
There you go.
You could get go to one of the instructors, professors, instructors, whatever, and say, hey, I'm doing this. I'm interested in having a time lapse done or something, or a video done of this. You have somebody who might be interested in doing it. They could earn credit for doing it. It could be an assignment or something for them, and you could get that. So I think that's actually a great idea, especially if you know somebody who already works at the school. Oh, and I'm going to unsubscribe to Cletus there. He's going to start dropping hour videos, so I'm done with that. So
Here we go with the trash content again.
Yeah. I can tell you the videos of the building, the interior stuff, man, the comments have just been amazing on there. People really ask a lot of questions on there. It's, it's just really good. The insulation, a lot of people don't like the way that the insulation was put in, but I mean, I get comments, at least once, twice a week, people asking questions about how stuff was done. Like somebody's asking me about how I changed the locks to the inside of the doors. Man, I wish I would have filmed that. I've had people, 2 or 3 times ask about that with it, and people, they really want to know how to finish the inside of a shop. So, mine being a time lapse to start with it was, to me, in retrospect, it's perfect. It worked out great. And then a lot more detail on the inside. And a lot of mine I spent years researching this. I mean, we've been wanting this building for more than 10 years. So some of the stuff, it's always back burner, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. So when it actually came time, I was like, okay, I'm going to be able to do this. I had a lot of that information stored, written down, saved places with it. So I started pulling that up, but there was a lot of stuff I couldn't find. And I was like, this stuff would be great to do a video, how the electrical is set up. I couldn't find anybody that did a good video about that, stuff like that. That was the stuff I was like, okay, when I do the videos, I'm going to cover that stuff and I'm going to do full breakdowns and that kind of stuff with it. And people seem to like it. So I'm not complaining.
Stupid fast. I'm full of great ideas. Have you ever watched one of my videos? I just don't have good ideas for myself. I'm great at giving advice. I'm not good at taking any. Oh, this one's for you, Brian.
Yeah. I'm going to subscribe to him right now.
Block. Report.
Bye-bye.
And Cletus, there's 3 colleges in this town. I guarantee you could find some, and a high school. I guarantee you could find somebody that would be interested in coming and filming.
Northeast, Wayne. Yeah, we have 5 colleges just in a 50-mile radius.
We have 3 within 5 miles.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 of them are big colleges.
In Iowa,
I mean,
you got to judge everything in a 50-mile radius.
Yeah. Normally in Arkansas, you have to do that too, which is why it's such a big deal that there's 3 colleges here in this town. I mean, you got to go.
See, in Iowa,
30 miles, 20 miles to find another one.
By the college.
Ours is train stations.
Oh, see, ours is grain silos and colleges.
Yeah.
Ours is Dunkin' Donuts. We got a freaking Dunkin'. We have probably 6 that I can think of off the top of my head within a 5-mile radius.
Really?
Yeah.
Now we have a lot of towns that live and die by their grain silo. If their grain silo goes down and they don't have it anymore, that town just disappears.
Just disappears.
I don't know what TWC means there, Cletus.
Trash. Something.
I was trying to put together with it too. TWC. I don't get it.
Trash watch content, maybe?
Could be. Trash watch college. I don't know.
I don't know.
2 channel turds with Cletus.
Oh, geez. Yeah, I don't think that'd be a bad idea. It would just be getting the college to. I think it would be insurance issues that they would be concerned of.
And then I would worry about ownership of the actual footage.
That was the one thing I was thinking when I was saying that with it.
Because if they take it and they film it, they're going to want to keep it. And if it was done with college equipment, the college is going to be like, that's ours. And it's going to be like, eh.
Well, that's why I was thinking if you got somebody who's a student that's doing it, not necessarily with college equipment. I mean, yeah, maybe they are, but, there's always film students and stuff. I mean, they got to do stuff on their own. I mean, yeah, they may have the college equipment or something, but if they're doing it as a project, not necessarily for the school kind of a deal, that's why I was thinking more of a student. Like tell the instructor, hey, this is what I want to do. If you've got a student that's interested in doing it, and maybe they could turn it into an assignment or something.
I
you'd
got
have to
one
give them
for
credit,
it.
of course. TWC, turds with Cletus. Gotcha.
Turds with Cletus.
Now I did a little short for Midnight Road Garages, Shop Drink Challenge.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if anybody watched that.
I did. I've watched a couple of them, so I can't remember what yours was, but I did watch it.
I spent more time making that than I have any other short ever.
Really?
And like set up all the stuff, did multiple filming, editing. I time lapsed a whole series of clips and then shortened them to get certain effects. I mean, it was like I committed to that one.
Some
And
serious
it
work.
got the same amount of views as ones that I literally took in 10 seconds and walked away.
Oh, that's the Mountain Dew one?
Yeah.
No, I have not watched that one. I saw it pop up, but 3 days ago. I don't remember seeing it that long ago. I just saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
I will go watch it.
Turn the toilet. The crap.
It just goes back to, you can spend a lot of time, editing, setting stuff up, but there's stuff that just is successful for no reason. And then there's other stuff you waste a lot of time on that just flops.
Yeah. I was talking to that with Brittany about that, and I was like, this is stupid. Some of these videos that I sit here for hours and hours and hours, and they bring out like 50 views, and it's like, what the frig is that? But one that I'm just like, yep, this is going up no matter what. There's 150 views. Where does it make sense?
I agree, and that's kind of the problem that I'm having with the videos for this one, that are going to be 3, maybe 4 videos with it. It's so difficult because I know it's not going to get any views. Maybe one of them will, but other than that, they're not getting. So it's taken me hours to edit this, and it's just so difficult because it's one of those. I want to put it up there because it's information that people that are looking for that information hopefully will help them. But there's like 3 of them in the world, so it's just annoying.
Well, I've come up with a new theory. I think what I'm doing wrong is talking. So what I'm going to go to is just clip videos with no words and just show something getting fixed and just see how one of those does. Because I watch some of these restoration videos where they just show somebody breaking down a part and sandblasting it and painting it and putting it back together, and they get 4 million views. And I'm just like, maybe what I'm doing wrong is talking.
I don't like those videos.
Unless
there's something that I'm looking. Obviously, a lot of people do, but I think the voice stuff that you do with the funny stuff, I think that is like, I still think any moment you're just going to take off with that. I think that stuff's great.
I think what we're all doing wrong is we're not visible. We haven't been found.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's my biggest problem. So like here, I'll even pull it up right now. So last real video I put out was on that square body Chevy. So if I click on that video and I go to analytics, so go back. Come on, computer. Analytics. I click on. No, 1 second. I'm all lost.
I just saw. I'm on your channel with it. That's not your uncle cousin squatted truck. I'm subscribed to you and hit the bell on it, and I didn't get a notification on that one.
Oh, that happens all the time.
Yeah, so I didn't see that one.
That truck has gotten me no subscribers, none.
Really?
I've got no subscribers off that video. And if you look at engagement, where do I find that information? Average view, reach, audience. Here we go. So if I go to subscribers versus non-subscribers, my subscriber percentage, people who watch that video, 93% subscribers.
Really?
So that means that video is not being pushed by YouTube at all.
Yeah. Huh.
Because the other small percentage that was not subscribers could easily just be somebody watching it on their TV.
That's true.
So it's like, okay, cool. I got 70 some views or 58 or whatever's on there.
73.
Yeah, 73 views. But they're all people that are subscribed to me. So it's great that people that subscribe to me watch my stuff, but nobody else does.
Yeah, that's Cletus, y'all got to work on keywords in your titles and descriptions. I am working on that. Mine's a little different than your guy. You guys have some good content. You've been putting it out for a while with it. My shop stuff was real big. I realized that after like the second video that they were going to be pretty big, but I knew when that stuff was done, everything was going to drop. So to me, I feel like even though I have those other videos, I've got a lot of watch hours and blah, blah, blah. I feel like I started the channel after that stuff was done, really, to me.
And see, I just carry like an average 49% viewed.
Really?
Yep. It's all my videos. They're always averaging about half.
Huh.
Which I understand. Like if people that are watching it are just subscribers, I get that they're just kind of bouncing around. I understand that somebody coming on to watch YouTube for entertainment is different than somebody who's a content provider watching YouTube for entertainment.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hold it against anybody who is also a content provider that doesn't watch every second of my video, because I understand they probably have 1,000 other things to do too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Midnight Road's there.
I don't get to watch everybody's stuff all the time.
Yeah,
I do it on a what will be a snow day, but when I got nothing else going on and I'm just sitting here watching YouTube, but all we watch here is YouTube. I'm serious. That's literally all we watch here.
Yeah.
Well, and for me, I do pretty good for a lot of the people that I support, like you guys both. I drive a lot for work. So It's not that I watch the video all the way through real well, but I have no problem turning it on and throwing it in the passenger seat and letting it go, or putting it on the radio and listening to it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a great idea, by the way. I know you've done that with driving with the lives and stuff like that. I never thought about doing that while driving, listening to some of the lives and stuff. I was like, that's a great idea. I really like that.
Cletus, that's not totally true. I do watch your stuff. It's just the last thing I watched, the last actual video that I sat down and watched was that Dodge.
The Dodge.
I don't. Okay, so when I watch stuff, the Dodge. When I watch stuff on YouTube, it's got to come up in my queues, in my suggested videos when I'm sitting here watching it, because I don't go and look up videos. It pisses Brittany off all the time, because she'll be like, "Well, look up this." It's like, no, whatever's in the queue, that's what we watch.
The algorithm will let me know what I enjoy.
Yes, that's exactly it. YouTube knows.
The algorithm will provide. Don't worry.
What I do is I go, like, again, I usually watch it on my Apple TV. So when it pulls up, it shows the recommended stuff, and it's quite a bit different than what it looks like online. So you get the whole list of recommended, and it's a bunch of stuff. So I look through those and I'm like, oh, okay, those aren't people that I care about watching their videos. That's fine that you showed me this video that's related to something I watch, but I don't really care. Then I go to my subscriptions on there. When you do it on there, it lists your videos 3 across and straight down. So then I go to that and I scroll down through those looking for people's videos to watch. And that's how I watch almost all the videos, unless like on the lives and stuff like that, people are talking about them. Then I write them down and then I go look for those. So, but that's generally how I watch most of my videos. I don't do click through usually at all. I do when I'm on the computer, but I don't watch that much on the computer, because if I'm in the shop on the computer, I'm working. So,
yeah.
Yeah, you can tell. So when I pulled all my shorts and I stopped putting shorts out for like the last 28 days. Mm-hmm. So like I was growing subscribers 2 a day, every day, no matter what. Yeah. So I stopped putting out shorts, and it dropped down to maybe 1 a day if I was lucky since. So I cut my subscriber growth in half by removing those shorts and stop putting ones out.
Wow.
So yeah, now I'm just kind of like, well, I tried. I guess we're going back the other way.
Yeah.
Dance, monkey, dance.
Exactly. I stopped doing the music on the shorts because I'd heard that, you don't get credit for something crap or something. I don't know. And I did a couple early shorts that I said early, for me, that took off, that were like 3,800 views and stuff. At least the one was for sure. And the next one was like 1,700. Well, then I was like, okay, well, I'm going to get those views, but I'm taking the music out. I don't think I've got a short that's over 200 views now after that.
No,
So
see,
I'm
I
actually
stopped
thinking
using
about pulling those.
I stopped using music a long time ago because it just doesn't work for me because most of those music clips are only 15 seconds long.
Yeah.
And you got to have a really short video. So, I mean, if it does have any kind of music in it, it's free music that I have the license for. So, I mean, I guess if it ever comes up, I can be like, no, I own this. It's
Well, and some of the stuff that I'd heard is if for some reason that music gets pulled off your video, it doesn't just delete it off there, it deletes the video. And I'm like, well, that seems dumb. Why even take the chance of that? If you get a video that hits and you get 30,000, views, 100,000 views, whatever, and they pull the music, I'm not losing my short for that. But
Yeah.
I think having the music, because some people will, I do TikTok a lot because it's easy, on the phone, it's done. I'll click on the sound and watch the videos with that sound. So I think people do that with the shorts also. So that's why I was wondering if maybe the music would pull in more because people are clicking on that music and watching multiple, even if it has nothing to do with the video.
See, I would love to have somebody answer the question for me. So, like when I'm on my phone and I'm scrolling through, suggested videos, if you just kind of hover over one, it'll start playing. You're not actually clicked on it, but it'll just start kind of playing and previewing through the whole video. It's not a preview; you're watching the video essentially.
Yeah.
But without sound. And I've often wondered if that actually classifies as a view, or are you just cheating the system entirely, and that person gets nothing for the fact that you just preview watched their whole video.
Yeah. Well, you could probably do that on one of your own videos that you immediately upload.
Yeah,
maybe.
I could try it.
I mean, like I don't get many views when mine go up, so it's pretty easy.
I catch myself all the time. Like I can't be listening to the sound. I'm doing something else to where I'm just watching the video a little bit, but I'm watching the preview and I didn't even click on the video. And I'm like, I wonder if this person's just getting shafted by me right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And can they tell it was me?
Yeah. I was listening to a podcast while I was working today, and it's a motorcycle builder, and he does, it's about a year old now, but either way, he uploads videos on YouTube, and I hadn't checked him out yet because I was busy and get a chance to look it up yet. But apparently what he does is he uses copyrighted music, and then YouTube will tell him, hey, is this your music? And he's like, yeah, I own it. And they're like, okay, and they leave him alone.
I actually read a whole thing that even further than that, there was a company, and it was two guys in Mexico, and they started a small LLC that was some kind of music trading company. And they turned around and they were just claiming copyright on a bunch of people's YouTube and TikTok and all these things, saying those music was theirs. And TikTok and YouTube started paying them royalties, and they made $20 million over 4 years until they got arrested.
Heard about that. Yeah.
Until they got arrested.
Yeah. That was just recently.
Wow.
Yeah, and they created their own label. They did all this stuff, and they would take obscure Latino music that people couldn't, decipher whose it was, and they would just claim it was theirs.
Wow. That's a lot of money off that. Finding a loophole.
Well, I don't think they really meant it to blow up like that. I think it was one of those things like Office Space where all of a sudden they just money started going in.
It's a percent of a percent. It's a percent of pennies. Nobody's ever going to notice. Where have I heard about that before? They did it in Superman. I may have watched that movie too many times.
That's kind of like, I remember, I won't name the name, but I used to work for a satellite company, and they would inventory your truck for all the parts. So as a technician, you would have to go out and you'd have to use parts as needed, and you'd have to kind of overstock your truck on certain things that you couldn't charge the customer or they would get a charge for it. So then you just keep an overstock, and you'd have to keep kind of fiddling it around to say you use these parts on different jobs, even though you didn't have to. And then you retained those parts on your truck. So you'd have to keep the same inventory consistent. So then after a while, you're taking extra parts, and then you're sitting there and you're like, the back corner of my garage is 2 pallets completely full of satellite parts that I can't account for anymore, and I can't turn them back in because they've been used. And it's like, I guess I need to go find a dumpster. Like, But you have to do it to protect, like I did it for a lot of reasons because it helped me write things off so customers didn't have to pay for them. And if the company got
Yeah.
their way, everybody just be getting charged for stuff that they had nothing to do with, that the previous installer screwed up, so the part had to be replaced.
That's a crappy situation.
Yeah, it was a total catch-22 where you're just like, what do I do? Do I just screw the customer, or do I just like put myself in this hole in the ground where it's like, I swear, all those parts just showed up in my garage. It's fine. Let's just say the guy at the scrapyard was like, why are all these brand new? Like, don't worry about it.
So, kind of on subject, sort of, but it just reminded me. I got a buddy that's. I don't know how to explain him. I really wish that he'd come around more so he could be on the channel because he's hilarious and stupid. He had a Ford Ranger years ago, and he took and was scrapping, right? Well, he ran out of things to scrap, so he decides to one night go and steal manholes and grates.
Oh, I've heard that before.
Dude, I'm talking 30, 40 at a time he would bring to the scrapyard.
They
didn't
passed
say
laws to stop that in this area.
Yeah, oh, I'm sure they do here. They didn't say one word to him. He was making piles of cash. Could you imagine walking down the road drunk or driving down the road and all of a sudden you're one of these fucking holes?
Omaha,
ahead, dude.
Nebraska, they had that same problem. So they passed a law that says if you got to sign your name on 5 different documents just to give scrap away now. And so they did all that to all the Nebraska scrapyards. So then people were just stealing the manhole covers and taking them over to Iowa and scrapping them. So then Nebraska retroactively went after the legislation in Iowa to get them to pass rules because Nebraska's like, it doesn't matter what rules we pass, people are just going to take them to Iowa. So then Iowa had to pass all those same rules. And the story they gave for the reason behind all of it is like somebody in some crap Saturn or something was cruising down this street at 50 mile an hour and hit an open manhole. And it ejected the person from the vehicle and killed them.
Oh.
So it was kind of one of those like, yeah, I could see where that would happen.
Yeah. Well, and that's my pride. I could never do anything like that because as soon as I take somebody's going to fall in this hole, or some kid's going to find this gun in the park, or I couldn't do anything like that. It's just I don't know. This is a different mentality, I guess.
Well, it's anybody's. If you can make $1 off it, even if it's wrong, somebody's going to try to do it. Like I work in an industry where people try to steal things where it's like you can't touch that; it's going to kill you. Nah, man, just rubber gloves. It's fine. Like I can cut the grounds off that transformer. It's fine.
I could get a mint for this transformer. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? There are people that have done it. You know this.
Oh yeah.
They have done it and they have died doing it.
Yeah. They saw the light quick.
And the pictures to prove it.
I believe it.
Shouldn't they put warning labels on them to tell people not to steal them? Isn't that how that works?
Probably. We watch a lot of the stupid crimes and stupid driving and stupid thieves and.
Oh yeah.
We watch court cams. You ever watch that?
No.
Yep.
I've seen one or two before, but no.
There was one of them that was from my area. It was literally from the courthouse, like a half a mile away from here. I'm like, no shit.
One of the things that we actually do watch on YouTube more in the house is car crash videos. Love watching car crash videos. Huge fan of those.
See,
we watch that all the time.
I get very heavy into I watch both sides of it is the worst part about it. So I'll watch the crazy anti-cop people that just antagonize cops and get themselves arrested. And then I'll also watch the cop videos where the cops are doing something wrong. And then I'll just watch I watch a lot of, I don't know, I love cop videos where just all these cop interactions.
Yeah.
You watch Donut?
Yes.
Yeah.
I try not to as much anymore because he does a very good job at putting his own spin on things that's not too one-sided.
Yeah.
But like, I'll watch part of his video and then I'll just go watch the full-length video of what he's talking about because I'd rather bring my own, like, I don't know. I want to see the whole thing for myself and draw my own conclusions.
Yeah.
Oh, is he one of those that breaks down the video?
Yeah, that's all he does. He just breaks down videos. And he does a good job at it. I'm not gonna. He's probably one of the better ones. He keeps a good view on it. But then there's some of the stuff that he'll say where it's just like, I don't really feel that way.
Yeah.
Well, he's an ex-cop too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't mean he's right all the time.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I've had a lot of run-ins with the law myself, and I've been on the wrong side of it, and I understand where people get a bad attitude about it. But it's you got to remember, I have friends that are cops too, so I mean, I can see it from both sides, and it's honestly one of those things you got to step back and see it from both angles.
yeah, I agree.
I just want to touch base here real quick. In about 10 minutes, so whatever hour we're coming up to now, I'm gonna hop off.
Cool.
It has been a very long day for me.
Yeah. And the starter isn't on. So.
And the damn start. I could just send it. No, I couldn't do that.
How many Ugga will it take?
Just
The
put
worst
a pair of
starter.
vice grips on it.
What is the worst starter you've ever put on?
04, I believe it was F-150.
Okay.
Worst starter ever.
Now,
I'm out.
I've put a starter on North Star V8 where you got to pull the intake to replace the starter.
I haven't done one yet, but I knew about them.
That is still easier than a starter on a 2010 all-wheel drive Charger.
Have I done a Charger?
If you ever agree to do that, just walk away.
I don't think I've ever done a Charger.
I agreed to doing one for money, and I regret ever doing it. It took so much time, and it was dead cold outside, and we were doing it in a driveway in the snow, and I'm like, it can't be that bad. Just be quick, throw a starter on this thing. I had to get them to drag it down the street and put it in a garage because there was no way I could finish that job in the cold because it took 6 hours to do.
Jeez.
And you literally have to drop the steering rack, the exhaust. You got to tear half the car apart just to get started out.
A Ford Focus, those ones are pretty bad. You have to have a lift for the Focus. There's just, I don't see any way you'd ever be able to get it without it.
Oh. The one when I was a younger man, not very smart. I did a starter on a 94 F-150 with an inline 6 and a 5-speed. And I didn't disconnect the battery.
Oh, no.
So when I got underneath there and started unhooking things, I unhooked the power wire and it jumped over and kind of arced to get some things. And the starter kind of spun a little bit and the whole truck started trying to jump backwards because it was in gear. And there's a whole lot of just shuffling out from underneath that truck as fast as I could. And it was like, oh, I forgot step one.
Step one. I had a car take off on me once. I was doing a control arm in a Malibu, I think. Malibu or Impala, like 04. And I had it all disconnected, and I had to take and relieve some pressure. So I took my second jack and went under the A-arm. Well, I forgot to chalk the wheel.
Ooh.
The car literally took off backwards, and I'm sitting there, and you could see in my security camera, I was kneeling at that point, but I was kneeling, and I look at my hands, and I'm looking around, and I was so confused. I guess all I was thinking is, am I dead? Did I die? Did it fall on me?
Harbor Freight jack stands?
Yeah. And so my driveway is just a little bit of a pitch. it's just that much of a pitch where it's a pain in the ass to get up if you got to push it.
Yeah.
Well, it's the middle of spring, and the snow embankment was halfway into the road, and now I got this car in the road. I had to finish the job in the middle of the road, and the cops came like 5 times, and they were yelling at me. And it's like, guys, I don't know what you want from me. I really don't. I'm trying to finish this job as fast as possible. You had traffic. Oh my God, dude! And it was they were doing some kind of construction up the street, so they were using my street as a detour. It was just a perfect time. It was a perfect storm. Oh, I got a picture of it somewhere, and I'm just like, yeah. That was back when I used to drink. So that night, I was pretty sure I got some hammered.
Thanks. Yeah, that doesn't sound like fun. Why you guys work on cars? I don't like that at all.
I don't know. I don't like working on bikes, so
they're a lot easier.
I got asked to go look at a Ford Focus. I think it was an 03. I had worked on the car a couple times, and it was some gal's daughter. And she said, well, I don't know what she did. She was out at some park. It's like a little tree reserve thing. You could all go driving around all these little curves and stuff. And her boyfriend had this little Ford Focus, and he was whipping it around corners and pulling the e-brake, trying to drift it around stuff. And he ended up sliding the front end and smoking a curb real hard and breaking the lower control arm completely off.
Oh.
And then he tried driving it out of there. So by the time he got done, the axle's just ripped, the tires wrapped underneath the car. I mean, he's just dragging the wheel on its side underneath this Focus for like a quarter mile. And he just,
idiot.
he doesn't want to get caught in there doing this stuff. So they call me and they're like, well, can you go look at it? They say it's broke down. See if you can maybe put down a trailer, tow it out of there. I'm like, okay, I go there with my truck and trailer and some stuff, and the daughter's dad, and we get there, and I'm like, well, it's definitely broke. This isn't fixable anymore. This one's going straight to the scrapyard. There's nothing we can really do with this. And he's like, well, how are we gonna get it up on the trailer? I'm like, well, there's no wheel on it, so I guess we'll just try to back it up onto the trailer as far as it goes until that control arm smashes into the ramp. I don't know, So we get it all up on the trailer backwards, and we start pushing it up on there. We got a floor jack there, so we're trying to drag the floor jack and pull it. And my other buddy's got a truck there. We're trying to just drag it up onto the trailer with a floor jack underneath the frame. Just it was just a total nightmare to get this car up on there. We finally get it up on there, and the axle falls out completely, and it just starts draining transmission fluid.
I can picture this.
So then it's like, strap it down. I'm done. I don't care. This thing's going to the scrapyard. I don't even want to tell her what it's going to cost to fix this thing. So we leave this park, and the whole way we're leaving this park, it's just leaving like a blood trail of tranny fluid. Just, I was like, this was a good day right here. Why did I agree to do that?
Never went back to that park again.
Nope.
We had it must have been like an 86 Blazer, something like an 87. The freaking motor blew. This thing, we drove this thing around for, I don't know, 4 or 5 months, and this thing was just like a rap. We couldn't believe it. I mean, we put thousands of miles on this motor that just wouldn't die. And then when the one day we weren't beating on it, we were just going down the street. I think we were going to get cigarettes or something. And all of a sudden, it's just like, rap, bang! And that was it. And you should have seen the oil everywhere for a half a mile. Because we just kept coasting until we couldn't coast anymore. Once again, the cops showed up. They were bitching. They were like, what do you want us to do? Well, there's oil all over the street. It's like, okay.
Seems like the streets
covered up.
Yeah, like, what do you want me to do about it?
Don't look at me.
But the cop pulls up as we're poking a hole in the gas tank trying to get the gas out of it.
So about
that hole in the gas tank.
Well, yeah, we just put like $10 in it, man.
Priorities.
Man, I'm dying in a fire over $10.
Oh yeah, it was. I didn't own it. I was just the guy poking the hole in the gas tank. So But it was awesome
Yeah,
because
the guy who owned it wasn't doing it.
no, he was just standing there laughing. He couldn't stop because the cop almost ran over the oil filter housing.
Yeah. I recommend that at some point you go by probably pretty much any Walmart's tire center and look at the trails of oil coming out of their bays. Just wherever, down the road, follow them, see where those people went, a couple miles down the road. Oh, we had one that went for like, I don't know, it was probably 2-3 miles. It was hilarious. I came into work and I was like, I saw this trail on my way to work and it ended up right here. And they're like, yeah, it went a lot further than that too.
Well, you're talking to somebody that used to work at Valve Lane, so I get it.
Yeah.
And we talked about how many idiots were hired. So yeah.
And
I remember I had a buddy that had a rusted out. I think it was like a '74 El Camino, and he decided one day, as a brilliant move, that I'm gonna put an oil pressure gauge in it because I don't think it has very good oil pressure.
Oh
And
no!
I'm like, yeah, it's kind of a piece of junk. So he goes out and buys himself the parts store edition piece of crap oil pressure gauge, mechanical, and got the plastic line on it. And he doesn't cut the line to fit. He doesn't want to deal with that. So he just uses the whole chunk of line they give you in the kit. And he just leaves it spooled up and he sets it right underneath the lip of the carpet, right up by the doghouse, and runs it up to the gauge. Gauge works fine. Drives around like that for a couple days. Well, where he laid it, it was kind of almost sitting right underneath the gas pedals. The gas pedals are rubbing against this spool of plastic wire underneath the carpet. So after a while, it springs a leak. So now it's literally spraying oil underneath the carpet of the El Camino.
Oh.
So he's just driving it around like this, and he's just like, I keep losing oil. I must just be burning it. My oil pressure's super low. It's like the gauge isn't even registering, but I can see oil in the back of the line just a little bit. He goes, this motor must just be going out. And he just keeps adding oil. And he's like, it just smells like oil all the time. And we're like, what's going on? Well, then it soaked through the carpet so bad it came through the pad, and you could see the oil just sitting on top of the carpet coming from the bottom.
Oh.
And we're like, dude, where's your oil pressure line? And he's like, oh, it's right under. Oh, oil pressure line's leaking. It's like, yep. I think you need like all new interior now.
Yeah.
But your floorboards are super not rusty anymore. They've been well greased.
They're well lubricated.
Hey, that reminds me of a question. So, Junkers, you're doing that undercoating on the truck?
Yeah.
You did the undercoating?
Yeah.
The color black. I can't remember how you said it. That was pretty funny how you said it. It was like the name color black or something. The name black color. So I don't remember. Anyways, how long does that stuff usually last? The flavor color black. Yeah, something like that.
So it sticks really well to rusty surfaces. If it's painted surfaces, it'll pretty much come off within 6 months or so.
You got sand it or something.
Really? Well, I mean, is it something you have to do like every year or two, or is it,
It's recommended every year.
Oh, really?
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work.
It is, and I'm going to be honest, I am not the type of person to pay somebody to do something, but where I don't have a lift that could lift my F-350 because it's so stupid big, I'm going to pay somebody $200 next year to do it.
I mean, how do you remove it? Do you sand it off, or is it just coat over?
Yeah, you just pressure wash to get the crap off that's there, and then you just go over it again. I don't know if it was NH undercoater that came off in the YJ. If you ever watch my older videos, I did a YJ last winter project for a guy, and I had to rent a pressure washer, the heated one. I rented that thing for 24 hours, and I washed this Jeep probably no less than 20 times, scrubbing it and pressure washing it. And you're talking with hot water too, just because of the undercoat that was on it was so stuck to it, because we had to fix the frame and everything on that, and we couldn't weld the frame until
Yeah.
until we
Cleaned
had
it
that off, because that's a hell of a that's a fire.
Yeah.
Once again, that's one of the projects I really wish that I would have had
Midnight.
a camera for. Night, Midnight. We'll see you later, buddy.
Cletus, you don't have to change the oil on your engines because you don't keep cars that long. So
Man, it probably leaks out.
yeah.
Hey, don't worry. I drive a Jeep. I understand the leak. I got a rear main seal that's been gone in that thing the whole time I've owned it, and I just don't care that much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's some things you just gotta count your losses and just go, I'll just add whatever, it's fine.
Yeah. There's a couple lawnmowers. I know Briggs and Stratton has one. I'm not sure who else. I know there's a couple others that have never changed the oil.
Yep.
In their lawnmower.
I got a push mower like that.
Yeah. I guess you're just supposed to add to it when it gets low.
It's built to burn a little oil, and it's actually better for the rings, they say. And I don't know how that works, but whatever. But yeah, you just add oil. You check the oil, add some. They say you never have to drain it, change it, nothing.
Yes, stupid fast. It is a 4.0.
When I did my motorcycle program in the first semester, you have to do small engine stuff, and my instructor was Briggs and Stratton certified, and he went up there to their school and did the training, and that was just before those engines came out. So he told me more about it, but I don't remember what all it was about how they were able to do that with metals and oil and blah blah blah, and how it was supposed to work. But it wasn't quite out yet with it. That's just crazy that you just burn some oil, you just keep adding to it.
So yeah, and somebody explained it to me like they actually lessened the tolerances is the way they made it sound, just so it had a little blow by and it burned a little oil, but they said longevity wise it was actually stronger that way. So it's like I don't know how that science works, but
yeah. Well,
I was working at the dealership. I was working at the dealership when Toyota came out. I think Prius was the first one. 0-20 oil, 10,000 miles. I'm like, no. You may be able to perfect the oil, but that oil filter is done. There's no way that oil filter can withstand 10,000 miles. And it's a cartridge. It's a paper cartridge filter.
Oh, well, yeah, that's different. Yeah.
But I noticed that a lot of companies are going with the 0-20s now.
I mean, the whole 3 year or 3 month, 3,000 miles. Where did that come out in like the 60s or something like that?
Yeah.
I mean, oil technology has come a long way.
Absolutely.
If you have a newer vehicle and you are changing your oil at anything less than 6,000 miles, I don't think you're very bright. I mean, we don't have a car in this house that gets an oil change at less than 10,000 miles.
That's just it's still crazy to me because I'm telling you.
I know, but the oil looks good when it comes out. Great. I mean, it's but it looks good.
I'll tell you
and
this.
Stupid fast. We have a BMW.
I change my oil every 3,500 to 4,000 miles. That's all farther I go. I ran cars well up over 300,000 miles. So to me, it's the proof is in the pudding, and I'll keep doing it until cars stop running that way.
I kind of heard you.
I'm just saying, that's what I do, and that's what I've always done.
The stuff I learned from oil and all the stuff that I did, like the cycle gear and stuff, we had to do a lot of oil training and stuff with it. The idea of of course, at the time, but the reason that manufacturers were still sticking to the 3,000 miles, 3 months, was because a lot of people don't change their oil, and if you told them longer mileage, they would skip and they wouldn't change it. So that's why they stuck with it.
It's always explained in a way so that the lamer person is caught with it. Essentially.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Which is why your owner's manual tells you not to drink the battery fluid.
Oh, Jesus.
My 2015 Terrain, if I was to ever let that go 10,000 miles, I don't know if it's just because the area I live in. So its little stupid gauge on the dash that gives you its oil life.
Yeah.
It hits roughly 0% at about 4,500 miles.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And that's with all the correct synthetics and all the correct everything in it. And at 4,500 miles, it's about a half quart low because it's actually burned up half quart oil.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do consume oil. So that your maintenance required light isn't always just for the oil.
No.
You're supposed to be you're supposed to be swapping your tires, doing tire rotations every 5,000, and you're supposed to be having a 99, what they used to call 99P, which was a 99-point inspection every 5,000. Even if you're not getting an oil change, you're supposed to be having your vehicle looked at. That's why the these newer vehicles all go off at certain increments.
Well, I'm also neurotic about my grandfather owned a tranny shop, so I still run by a lot of old rules on that. So at 60,000 miles, regardless, I'm going to have transfer case, transmission, rear ends all drained and serviced.
Yeah.
And a lot of people wait for 110, 120,000 miles, and they're like, my tranny's slipping. Well, yeah.
I wonder why.
Fluid doesn't last that long.
Yeah.
Or Chevys with the 150,000 or 5-year coolant. Yeah.
So my 2015 1500 that I drive for work, I told him to change a bunch of stuff at 72,000 miles. I said, it's having this problem. It's having this problem. You need to change these fluids. I've checked the training fluid. It looks like black garbage. The truck's overloaded, gets driven hard. Everything bad happens to this truck regularly. So our fleet shop was like, oh no, you're not due for any intervals, blah, 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 blah. The radiator blows out. It's like, okay, well, it's got 72,000 miles on, brand new truck, radiator blows out. So then they put a radiator in it. Well, while they were there, they had to drain the transmission a little bit because they took the cooler lines off it. Oh, we better service the transmission. So they serviced the transmission. In 20,000 more miles, the transmission goes out. The transfer case has a problem now. The calic converters have been replaced twice. It's had ball joint issues. It's had the rear end blew up. It's just like come on, guys. If this should just be regularly serviced,
all of it. Yeah.
But
you wouldn't have this problem.
I'm going to be that person and say that I don't care if you maintenance these newer vehicles. I don't think they're going to last anyhow. They're not meant to last.
No, they're built-in obsolescence.
They're meant to break, and that's that. They're not you won't see these on the road in 20 years kind of car, you know?
My 2015 Terrain, I thought it was a really good vehicle. It got really good reviews. It's got the smaller 4-cylinder, and I've already had problems with the VVT. It's been a pretty dependable vehicle. I've maintained it, but I don't see it running to 200 and some thousand miles.
You talk about those VVT, so was it Fiesta? It wasn't Focus. I think it was Fiesta when they came out in 2011 with those. They had problems like you wouldn't believe. There was so many of those things coming back to the Ford dealership. It was just absolutely crazy. I absolutely hate those transmissions. I really do.
CVT training?
Yeah, the CVT transmission. What did I say? I said VVT, didn't I?
Yeah, I was talking VVT. So like all the little T2s use variable valve timing, and they use little solenoids, and those solenoids get stuck in this area like constantly. So then it'll throw your whole timing off, and you'll get an engine light, and then you got to change the solenoid or pull it out and get it ungunked up.
That's lack of maintenance too, though.
But lack of oil change. Because I regularly change my oils more than I should with that car, and I pull those VVT solenoids out and verify they're working like every 30,000 miles.
But they also run plastic freaking guards in those too. Correct. And those break down, and that's what clogs it up.
Yep, and that's what I was told. So I've actually changed the VVTs before it comes up as a problem. And I have General Motors stock original ones sitting on the shelf, and I change them in regular intervals.
That's what was wrong.
You have to do that.
That's what was wrong with the 350.
Yeah.
When I bought that, the guy thought the F350 I bought, he thought the motor was blown. So when he sold me the truck, I considered I was going to have to put a motor in it, and I just checked the codes, and I was like, oh, it's just a VVT solenoid. I'll try it. Pulled it out, put it back in, it ran beautiful. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and I've had people tell me that, everything's tested for California. Everything's tested for better climates. So when you get into like hey, it's 110 degrees in the summer and it's negative 25 in the winter. I mean, that's severe differences that vehicle now has to overcome within the same year.
Yeah.
So, I've been told that's hard on stuff because of expansion and contraction of being so cold to being so warm.
Of course.
It's like, yeah, in the colder states where you have 4 seasons, I think it's a lot harder on a vehicle than a vehicle that just either gets to be cold all the time or warm all the time.
Yeah.
Absolutely. One of the things that you run into in Arkansas that's really good for vehicles is we're a huge commuter state. It's nothing for people to drive 70 miles a day back, 35 miles one way, 35 miles the other, or something like that to go back and forth to work. Well, yeah, you're on the freeway the whole time. Yeah, there's rush hour and blah, blah, blah. But generally speaking, I mean, I've had vehicles go over 100,000 miles and never need brakes. When I lived in Florida, it's every year. You can pretty much set your clock by it. You are changing the brakes because you're in traffic all the time. So the benefit is for like in Arkansas, we don't have those. I mean, yes, it gets cold and yes, it gets hotter, but not anywhere near those extremes with it, unless you're sitting in traffic or something. So it's not as hard on the vehicle. So vehicles from here are going to last a lot longer than something in, say, Iowa or, something like that.
Well,
so
and like brakes are a good example. Like I'll change brakes, about 60,000 miles, you're going to change a set of brakes. But you got to watch what brakes you buy because I've bought a lot of cheaper pads that they delam from the pad. The actual material comes off because the shit they put on the street breaks that stuff down. So you'll hear a nasty grinding noise in your front tire on pads that only have 10,000 miles on them.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Dudes, do you have to maintenance your brakes down there? Like, do you take them apart purposely and clean them up and lube the slides and all that stuff in between brake changes?
Did we lose him?
Is he on? Because that's something that I have to do when I was running my shop. I actually offered a service for it. It was a regular maintenance thing that I would offer because pins would get stuck. And,
especially up in there. Yeah.
Oh, dude, like he says, the climate changes are just ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, that's just not as big of an issue here. We don't have the salt on the road. We don't have the snow, so we don't have that stuff to deal with. So, like Cleta said, it's nothing for a car here to have 200, 500,000 miles. And like I said, we've had multiple cars here in our house that have gone over 100,000 miles before they ever had their first brake change.
Yeah,
and you pull them off, put some new pads on it, lube it, and send it.
My Jeep's got roughly 230,000 on it. But every system in that thing has been touched.
Yeah,
and
we had an Accord that had, it was almost 300,000. We got rid of it at 260. The transmission had to be rebuilt because 2 kids learned how to drive a 5-speed, and first one specifically really burned it up. And then we had maybe it was 280 when the transmission had to be done, and 260 is when the clutch had to be done. Other than that, literally, other than that, brakes, and just general maintenance, oil change, that's it. That's all we ever did to that car. But it drove on the freeway during off hours, 70 miles a day. That's what it did. So before we bought it, it went from Birmingham to Montgomery, Alabama, I think it was, every day. Freeway the whole way. So again, that's just not as hard on a car as, again, being up there, we don't have there's nothing on the roads that are going to tear that stuff up. So, so if you're looking for cars, look around the Arkansas area. We don't have rust generally with it.
That F-100 that Cletus has got, the 78, that blue one.
Yeah,
I really, really want that truck, and he's offered it to me for a really good deal. If I could figure out how to get it home, I'd love to.
You better hurry because he's got to move some vehicles here pretty quick. So as far as he's trying to move some stuff to make some money. So
I know. I think unfortunately I'm going to miss out on this one. I really, really don't want to. When you see that vehicle that just speaks to you and says, I have to be yours.
Yeah.
That's one of those ones, but it's such a distance that I don't know how the hell I'm ever going to do it.
I don't either. I don't. That truck would need more work before I would drive it that far. It's a good truck, but to go that far with it is just, I don't know. I'm not sure. I was there when he actually ran it. I happened to go up there with him and actually saw that truck before he bought it. So it's a cool truck. I really like it.
The girlfriend says that she'd go down and get it. She'd fly down and drive it back. But I'm concerned because she's not stupid, but she doesn't know as much as that. You need to know about driving something like that cross country.
And you'd have to check with Cletus on that, but not. I mean, it would be a fun thing to do that, but.
Oh yeah, that would be a blast. See, I'm not a traveler. I don't travel. I don't like to.
Yeah,
just
love it.
Never wanted to.
I would do it.
Yeah.
I know you would.
Later, dudes. Later, Cletus, if you're leaving.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna hop off, man.
Yeah.
4 hours and 20 minutes, and
yeah, it's already 20 minutes past. We already said a half an hour ago we were gonna get off. So
yeah, hey, that's I like doing these lives. I like it when I can sit and relax, and I kind of like just sitting in my chair and doing it. I like the computer, but this is more relaxing to me.
Yeah,
I'll sit here longer and do it, but
it's fun and enjoying it. So I do appreciate you having me on. So thank
I
you.
appreciate you coming on and holding down the live while we were having technical difficulty and acting stupid. I wish I would have just looked at that camera to begin with.
Hey, live and learn.
Now I got 2 jobs to do tomorrow.
Yeah, plow in that.
Yeah, the plow's going to be fun. No, I got to cut up his bumper to fit back over the thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, that's going to do it for this edition. I appreciate you coming on, man.
Absolutely. Again, thanks for having me, and hope you get that starter done tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. Well, I'll send you a message when it gets done.
Yeah, please. Well, I'd like to know. Just make me feel happy.
It's going to end up being like a one-off year. I know it. I always run into those.
Yeah, hate that
but
crap.
That's going to do it, man. I appreciate everything you went through tonight. So
yeah, there's nothing. Glad to help. Have a good one.
All right. Have a good one, buddy.